So hello everybody, welcome to the first Avenza User Conference. Very excited to be with you today. The day will offer a mix of virtual sessions from presenters who will share their experience of using Avenza mapping products in their projects, mapping tips and tricks, and product development updates from the Avenza team. We will also have some short how-to videos from our own team members, as well as departmental overviews and HR information, so you can get to know us a little better. Before we start, we'll just go over a few things on the platform that we're using today. So to chat with us, go to the chat button to send us a message. We'll do our best to monitor the chat, but we'll also have the Avenza team on, who will chime in throughout the day. There will be an interactive Q&A for a few minutes at the end of each main presentation with the presenters who are able to join us today. So to do that, click the Q&A button at the top right of the screen and type in your question. We are recording this webinar so that we'll be able to watch it afterwards, and we will be able to share it with those who are not able to make it today. So we have 4 sessions planned for today. At the start of each session, we'll remind you of who's upcoming and the times for each speaker. So this is now session 1, so we've begun at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you can do the math forever where you are, and the first session will run for an hour and finish at 12 o'clock, 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. Session 2 will begin at 12:15 p.m. and run through to 1:30 p.m. We'll take a short break again before session 3. Session 3 will run from 1:50 p.m., 10 to 2, until 3:10. Then the last short break until session 4. Session 4 will begin at 3:20 p.m. and run till 4:50 p.m. So some of these times may change very slightly over the course of today, but we'll try and stick to this schedule. So Michael, Patricia, and myself will be your hosts for today, and we're really looking forward to spending the day with you. I'm the product manager for Avenza's MAPublisher and Geographic Imager desktop solutions, as well as working with our stellar QA teams on the direction of quality assurance for desktop, Avenza Maps, and for our server technologies that support all our product lines. I'd now like to welcome Patricia and Michael to introduce themselves quickly.
Hi everyone, my name is Patricia and I'm the Customer Success Lead here at Avenza Systems. I've been in the GIS software sales and business development for almost 20 years, where I have built strong customer relationships with clients. Now building a customer success department here at Avenza to help our customers with the aftercare after a purchase or renewal has been made. I'm really excited about co-hosting this event. Now here's Michael.
Hello, I'm Michael. I'm the marketing manager here at Avenza. I've been working with the team for more than 10 years now and leading the marketing team to produce content, connect with our customers, build success stories, and work on promotions and partnerships. I'm really excited to be part of the organizing this event for all of you today. Make sure you follow us on social media today on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Share our posts or create your own throughout the day using the hashtag AvenzaUC2021. Each post will enter you into our prize draw, at which we'll randomly choose some winners after today's event. We'll be giving away a license of each product, MAPublisher, Geographic Imager, and Avenza Maps to some really lucky winners. So make sure you post some of your tweets and content. With all that said, we'll now proceed into session 1. We'll begin with opening remarks from Ted Florence, president of Avenza Systems. After, we'll move into talks from Nick about MAPublisher and Geographic Imager, a Maps and Adobe update. And then more from Hans van der Maarel on Magic Bus maps made with MAPublisher and FME. Now here's Ted to say a few words to welcome you all.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ted, the president of Avenza, and it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural Avenza User Conference, virtually hosted from here in Toronto, Canada. I'd like to welcome the numerous viewers from around the world who have come here to listen, watch, and learn about the exciting work and projects being presented by their peers across many industries as they use Avenza products around the globe. We are now connected more than ever in a digital world. With the global pandemic, we have all faced challenges this past year, and it has not been easy, as we are all trying our best to stay safe and remain productive during this unprecedented time. We appreciate that we have the privilege of hosting our conference virtually today, and we hope that in the future we will be able to host it in person as well. We are all very grateful for the tremendous support from our customers who continue to use our tools and technology in their engaging and important projects around the world. I'm very optimistic that all of you will acquire new skills and knowledge today, and I encourage everyone to take an active part in the presentations by asking questions and engaging in dialogue on our platform's chat, as well as our social media channels. In addition, we hope that you will engage with others even while offline and encourage each other through ongoing discussions. And remember as well that the Avenza team is always ready to engage with you, whether it's through email, support, social media, or even a good old-fashioned telephone call. A glance through the list of presentations scheduled for today reveals the amazing diversity of projects and disciplines that we have in some way contributed to. They range from optimizing the creation of urban transit maps to teaching the next generation of students how to collect data in the field, to creating global natural Earth-based maps, to being the go-to mapping app for hundreds of thousands of recreational enthusiasts and emergency responders. It does not surprise me at all that we have so many wonderfully talented and experienced users who can achieve amazing results with our products. Hopefully, the sessions you will experience today will drive you towards maximizing your use and productivity and inspire you with new ideas for how you can use our solutions. I have no doubt that they will. Mapping applications have had a profound impact on the way in which we are understanding and translating the real world into organized information and how we interact with it. A key objective of Avenza is to make mapping the world accessible to professionals, visual designers, cartographers, engineers, and anyone pursuing their developmental goals in map making, conservation, utilities, emergency response, natural resource management, and many other areas, including just making and using maps for fun. Demand for our mapping solutions has never been greater than it is today. MAPublisher for Adobe Illustrator has become the industry standard for making high-quality production-ready maps by providing an efficient and easy-to-use workflow and platform. We continue to lead the way in our industry by providing one of the only solutions, and definitely the first, for creating spatially intelligent maps in Adobe Creative Cloud. Geographic Imager for Adobe Photoshop is being used by governments, businesses, and organizations to process millions of satellite images. And one of our strategic users, Robert Simmon from Planet, is here today to speak more about that later. In addition, we have strengthened our partnerships with Adobe and are working on some really great new features with every release. You'll hear and learn about many projects from our speakers today that are in this space. I am really excited about what they're going to share and what we have in mind for the continuing evolution of our Adobe-based mapping solutions. Recently, we have noticed that an increasing number of users who don't come from a traditional GIS background are both inquiring directly about our products or have searched online for them. So what does this mean? It means that GIS is more accessible and is getting easier to use. Mapping things, understanding one's location, and using maps is pervasive in our everyday lives, and it's more social than ever before. It means that the evolution of GIS technology from a professional tool for complex projects is now turning into an essential solution for everyone. And that is where our mobile platform, Avenza Maps, is heading. Avenza Maps has fundamentally changed the way we discover, acquire, and consume maps. In the late 2000s, it quickly became clear that the distribution of digital media was changing. Movies, books, and music were all finding new platforms of distribution and use on new mobile devices. So why not maps? This is where the geospatial PDF viewer product concept came from. This app was intended to allow users to take those very same maps that were created on their desktops for other output channels and use them on their new smartphones and tablets. Since its inception, Avenza has supported the mapping industry by providing a creative production platform that was devoted to making great maps while being somewhat agnostic as to the eventual output media. When maps existed primarily on paper, we of course supported the creation of high-quality maps for print and analog publishing. When mapping on the internet started to become a part of our daily lives, we extended our platform to provide for the creation of interactive web maps. As smartphones and tablets started to appear, true to our mandate, we invested in providing our users with the ability to easily produce and deliver maps for devices. While it began very much as an early concept, and at the time, functionality and processing power for those early mobile devices were limited, we knew we were onto something. Geomatics professionals were first to adopt the app, and we really want to thank them for that early support since the beginning. Over the years, with every release, we have listened, learned, and have taken the app further. We have continued those major efforts of improving the app, and the product team has something very exciting to share that you'll see during their presentation today. We knew that professionals would use Avenza Maps, but we also strongly believed that everyday consumers would adopt it for their weekend and outdoor activities and adventures. Admittedly, trying to capture both sets of users is not easy, as we balance the requirements of the professional user and the wants of the recreational audience, and we're still trying our best to achieve that perfect blend. However, early on, users regularly requested a central place where they could browse and download maps, which eventually led to the creation of the Avenza Maps Store, what we affectionately call the iTunes for Maps environment that we have all come to know and love. We started slow and have now become a dependable map source and repository to millions of recreational users, browsing more than 1 million maps on the store and transacting hundreds of thousands of them every month, and it's growing. Today, Avenza Maps is arguably the second largest collection of maps anywhere, behind only the Library of Congress. The Map Store is home to the world's top publishers, including National Geographic and DeLorme Garment and Michelin, and organizations like the U.S. Forest Service and U.S. Geological Survey that publish maps that cover the entire United States. It includes publishers from dozens of countries, and we're adding thousands of new maps every month as we continue to curate map collections from publishers and agencies around the world. It's a big challenge and one of our top priorities. As you'll see in a presentation today by the Map Store team, we'll be sharing some very exciting news about the efforts going into this and the next generation of our offerings. Avenza Maps is now in regular use in almost every country and every continent on the planet, including Antarctica, for everything from life-saving activities such as firefighting and emergency response, to forestry, mining, oil and gas exploration, conservation, agriculture, military, defense, and intelligence, and even to plan weekend recreational hikes and canoe trips. With all of this said, Avenza continues to be headed in a direction that is poised for further growth. Like everybody else in the world, Avenza has had to navigate the waters of this pandemic. With our entire team working from home this past year, we have still managed to grow our company and significantly increase our headcount. As we scale our operations, we have initiated and undergone many organizational improvements to our business units and have enhanced initiatives such as our customer success outreach program, investing in a dedicated academic program, and even this first ever user conference, of which I'm personally and on behalf of my team extremely proud. Our research and development teams are growing and innovating at an accelerated and unprecedented pace. We have maintained all of our products and met all our release targets. We have expanded our business partner program and created new strategic alliances with complementary industry leaders in hardware and software. Our decision to aggressively grow Avenza the past year has turned a challenging time into a very productive period for us. We will continue to move forward with our growth plans and a strong dedication to our business and product roadmaps, and with a focus on you, our users and partners, who have made this journey possible. Before the speaker sessions start, I would like to thank all the speakers who are presenting today and who will be providing extremely valuable information about mapping and geospatial projects in their respective areas of expertise. We are so excited to have you with us, and we appreciate the time you have all spent preparing your presentations. And finally, I would like to extend heartfelt praise and thanks to my entire team and the hosts and organizers of this conference. I know how hard you have all worked to put this together, and especially so under the unprecedented circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic. Success and achievement is hard work at the best of times, but for the past 15 months, it has been tremendously encumbered. The efforts you have all put forth to get us to where we are today and the condition in which we have arrived here does not go unrecognized. Avenza is a team sport, and you together are what makes Avenza what we are today. So please enjoy and have an engaging and stimulating conference. Thank you all so very much for attending today.
So thank you very much, Ted, for those opening remarks. Really inspiring for us all. As always, I get to do my own introduction now. So the first session, I guess, outside of Ted today is the MAPublisher and Geographic Imager Maps in Adobe update. So as mentioned before, I'm the product manager for Avenza's desktop solutions. I'm also heavily involved in the QA strategy for our desktop, mobile, and server development teams. I'm formerly a cartographer, having worked on cartographic publications in England through the 90s, and also having a stint in the Middle East making maps for the Saudi Arabian military. I've been involved in software and services now for mapping applications for the best part of 20 years, having held professional services and quality assurance leadership roles. Hello, everybody. My name is Nick Burchell. I'll be with you today to give you an update on MAPublisher and Geographic Imager. So I'll be, in this presentation, I'll be providing an overview of the latest amazing features and enhancements we develop for both products and how we continue to bridge the gap between GIS and high quality graphics directly within the Adobe environment. So I'm going to talk to you a bit about some of the customer insights we get, which helps us make our decisions, some universal changes that we've made to both MAPublisher and Geographic Imager, and what's upcoming in that area, as well as specific updates for you on both MAPublisher and GI. So before I get into all the cool improvements we've added and are in the progress of adding, I wanted to make sure you have full visibility on the great insights we get on how our wonderful software applications are being used and how our key connections are continuously helping us drive our roadmap. Firstly, our support team. Our talented team of support representatives are always on hand to help with questions you may have and are there to talk to you about potential improvements we can make to the software to meet your current and future needs. Be sure to check out the support overview later today with Kate for all the information you need to reach out to them and submit your feedback. Over the last few months, we have added in a customer success department to help onboard new customers and to proactively assist you in ensuring you remain productive with workflow insights and custom training services. Be sure to check out the short overview with Patricia this afternoon. By engaging with you directly, we can also continue to learn about all the wonderful ways that you have integrated our tools into your workflows so we can better fine-tune our offerings to help you. We still offer our standard training courses, with many of our list of global resellers offering similar courses, even in these times where most of us remain remote. As attendees come from an array of different professions and skill levels, we always acquire valuable insights from them on how our tools will be applied in their work and ideas on features we can add or improve. We continue to attend a plethora of conferences to meet with existing and potential customers and to learn from them. Key events for us in desktop continue to be NACIS, Adobe Max, Adobe Creative Week, AAG, and GeoIgnite, where feature ideas brought forward are always in abundance. We host and monitor forums on Avenza.com, where you, our end users, can discuss your workflows and in partnership with each other, solve workflow problems. It's also a great source for us to learn. We continue to invite our end users to showcase their stories through blogs. Recently, we have published some great content on Avenza.com from some key customers, including the recent mapping class series. If you are interested in writing a blog with us, please do reach out. MAPublisher and Geographic Imager have had built-in analytics for a few years now. Did you miss that checkbox in the installer? This really helps us better understand your workflows, system information, key or perhaps underutilized tools, and versions of Adobe that you are utilizing with our extensions. We continue to offer beta versions of our software releases when we develop larger features. We hope you always understand the why for every feature request we receive, but this way we can ensure we really have. We are very active on Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook through our marketing team, so feel free to comment on and repost the information we share there so we can gain an even deeper understanding of our customer base and the industries you serve. We continue to have a huge partner network which we engage with fully, whether it's our reseller network, many of whom offer additional services on Avenza software, or our key customer alliances. We are always there to have a chat. And finally, our own staff always offer deeply valuable perspectives to us. We have cartography and GIS expertise fully in QA, support, customer services, marketing, and sales. We collaborate fully with so many people internally when developing new features, and there is always plentiful feedback from them all. So now to improvements we've made recently to both MAPublisher and Geographic Imager, and what we're currently working on. We are working continuously to improve the back-end MAPublisher engine to ensure our users can continue their work in an optimized, seamless, design-focused cartographic environment. Along with improvements to our engine and bug fixes, we have built on our current coordinate system catalog with updates to the coordinate system and projection library with Blue Marble Geographics. Our list of supported projections has grown, with new additions including the Natural Earth and Natural Earth 2 projections created by Tom Patterson. We haven't updated our core library here for some years, so I would really like to recognize our development and QA teams both here and at Blue Marble for completing this significant project well over the last year. In version 10.7 of MAPublisher, which we released last December, and version 6.3 of Geographic Imager, which we released in February, we introduced our cloud floating license system. Based on RLM Cloud, it includes a customer portal to allow you to view and manage your floating licenses and license servers. The customer portal contains the ability to view licenses and servers associated with your organization. It is a good alternative to the traditional local floating license system because there is less reliance on a systems administrator to set up and maintain it, including configurations or changes to updates in software on client and server sides. During Avenza software updates, users with active maintenance instantly have their licenses updated with no additional configurations or need to adjust settings. Another benefit is the very consistent uptime of licensed servers on the cloud. In our latest release of MAPublisher, version 10.8, you will see the online product documentation and tutorials have now moved into the Avenza Support Center. This is a major step change for us as it allows us to now update content on the fly outside of core releases, so all the information accessible from the product is always kept up to date. For those of you who run our applications without internet connectivity, we still install an offline version to help you with the product. All Geographic Imager documentation is also now accessible in the Support Center and will be linked directly from the Photoshop environment in a forthcoming release. You can run MAPublisher and Geographic Imager on Apple devices using the new M1 processor in Rosetta mode. Full native support for the M1 processor will be coming later this year, as full support will only be available after required updates to some of our externally developed libraries are released. So now to improvements and new features we've made recently to MAPublisher and what we're currently working on. In version 10.6 last year, we introduced the new Spatial Join tool. This has been a long-standing request for a number of years as our customers want to complete as many GIS operations as they can directly within the MAPublisher Illustrator environment. The Spatial Join tool joins attributes from features on one layer to features on another layer based on a spatial relationship. Spatial joins begin by selecting a target layer and comparing it spatially to another layer. Target features can inherit the attributes from the source features if and only if the two share the same spatial reference. Several spatial join types are supported, and you can see them on the right here. Raster ECWs can now be imported into the Illustrator environment as of version 10.8 of MAPublisher, adding to the comprehensive list of geospatial image formats that can be added to your workspace with all referencing intact. We made a slight improvement to the line plotter feature in the most recent release, where you can now batch add map and page locations as points to join between, rather than one at a time. Multi-select attribute columns in Edit Schema now supports modifying type, size, and assigning a default value, along with what you could do with batch selecting previously, such as deleting columns and adjusting visibility in the attribute viewer. The document summary panel, accessed from the Map Views flyout panel, now includes the last saved by information rather than the version it was originally created in. This is great information when collaborating on documents. So what's next? We're going to make some filtering improvements, such as the ability to set the default simplification filter on import to get around the pesky Adobe points per path limitation. In the upcoming Illustrator 25.3 release, and then the bigger 26.0 release, which is commonly referred to as the Adobe Max release, we will be compatible with it. So that Adobe Max release again will be dropping late October, early November. We're going to be making some long overdue maintenance and improvements to the Label Pro add-on. We haven't ignored all the great feedback on that feature and are currently focused on expanding the tool for your automated text placement workflows. We will be adding in capabilities to import additional geospatial formats soon, as we are committed to providing support for all the newly adopted formats as they become adopted. Additionally, one larger project we're keeping under wraps for now has been a popular feature request for some years. This will help give you a huge head start to take raw data to map if a more rapid output is needed. Please stay tuned for more details, as we'll certainly be looking for some beta testers and insights as we get more fully into development there. We're also looking at expanding map selections to utilize our spatial join functionalities this year. Spatial join was introduced in version 10.6, as you heard, and we are looking to add options for selections to be performed based on the relationship of certain features to others from a spatial perspective. We'll also be adding support for importing topo.json, an extension of GeoJSON that encodes topology. Rather than representing geometries discretely, geometries and topo.json files are stitched together from shared line segments, so we're looking forward to getting that one out soon. So now to some improvements we've made recently to Geographic Imager and what we're currently working on. Last year, we worked with Adobe on this new plugin manager to bring plugins front and center to Creative Cloud users and help address many of the install issues that partners and users may have struggled with on the previous Adobe Exchange. This was unveiled at Adobe Max last year, and the new Geographic Imager panel is powered by Adobe's new Unified Extensibility Platform, or UXP, which provides tremendous performance and user interface improvements to the Geographic Imager plugin. As part of the UXP project, we also redesigned the UI of the Geographic Imager panel. So now all your favorite GI tools are in separate panels that you can navigate through and dock with all the Photoshop panels natively. From version 6.0 of Geographic Imager, we introduced the ability to import vector data, areas, lines, points, and text. And you can import those as paths to overlay on top of your spatial imagery. Once imported, paths can be used to create selections and crop or eliminate specific areas or apply area-specific effects. Paths can also be used to check if spatial imagery is spatially accurate. Imported points and text can be used as annotations on an image to aid in quality assurance and quality control. In version 6.2, which we released last October, you can now export vector data from the document to various geospatial file formats. almost all of the formats supported in the MAPublisher exporter. You can choose current path, all paths in a document, or export a path using a document selection. In version 6.2, we also introduced the Remove Background Color setting to remove a selected background color from the image source on import. You can select a color in the preview image or use the quick select colors, white or black. You can also select a custom color, and you would just click the color hyperlink to select your custom color. Remove Background is also available when mosaicing in advanced import. Settings are available to select a color from an existing document. So what's next for Geographic Imager? As mentioned earlier, we've done a lot of work on the new coordinate system library in desktop. Our main focus is now to switch on these changes for Geographic Imager, and our QA team are certainly very busy on this right now. Photoshop compatibility is always key for our customers. As with Illustrator, the major release should be out late October, early November. We remain committed to providing Mac and Windows compatible versions of GI as soon as is feasible. So please don't upgrade your CC version until you check we have a compatible version available. As Photoshop now provide built-in tools to save imagery directly to the Adobe cloud, we are committed to making sure imagery that is geospatially aware will also be supported there, so you can store your work and collaborate on it wherever you are in a more streamlined fashion. Again, if any of you want to sign up as beta testers here, that would be really appreciated, and we'll let you know when we have a prototype available. And finally, on a personal level, I've really been thinking a lot about teamwork over the course of the last year and how our team has continued to provide so much value while at the same time needed to work together and support each other in everything that we do. Oh, this is the wrong team, but anyway, this was quite a good one. Anyway, these are all the superstars at Avenza who make us who we are today. All these folks play a key part in making our customers successful with our products and services, and we have a very bright future ahead with our greatest resource, and that greatest resource is obviously our people. So I really want to say thank you to everybody that's made everything that we do possible. So that's it from me. I hope you found this update informative, and I really hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. So we didn't get too many questions. Anyway, I'm going to be obviously around for the duration of the day. So if you guys think of anything to ask a bit later on, then please feel free to enter them into the Q&A panel. We did get one question from David. Is MAPublisher and Adobe Illustrator only available through the Apple environment? So no, we are basically Windows and Macintosh. Our user base of MAPublisher is pretty reasonably split 50-50 between both Macintosh users and Windows users. So we've always developed for both operating systems. So we take great pride in making sure that we are always up to date with whatever Windows or Apple are doing with their software releases. Again, if you've got any further questions, do let me know in the chat. You saw my email previously, nick@avenza.com. I encourage you also to reach out to our support team, support@avenza.com. Phenomenal bunch of folks, and they for sure will be able to answer any questions that you have. Anyway, moving on now to Hans van der Maarel. So Hans's talk will be around magic bus maps with MAPublisher and FME. Hans is the owner of Red Geographics. He's a longtime partner of Avenza and a user of MAPublisher and Geographic Imager. He uses the product for a wide range of cartographic projects for international clients, offers training courses and consultancy projects aimed at developing workflows for clients. In addition to that, He is currently a board member of NACIS, and Hans is with us today, so there'll be a short Q&A period with Hans after his presentation.
Hello everybody, and welcome to this presentation, a rollercoaster ride, bus route maps for the line. My name is Hans van der Maarel. I'm the owner of Red Geographics in the Netherlands, and I started Red Geographics back in 2004. We're a small consultancy firm aiming towards GIS and cartography. We produce maps as well, and basically just have fun with maps and geo stuff. I've been a MAPublisher user myself since 1997, and I've been an Avenza partner for pretty much that entire time. Aside from Avenza, we're also a partner of Safe Software, so FME, and we often use both MAPublisher and FME to work on projects. I say we because since 2019, Red Geographics is a team of 3. So aside from myself, I'm being helped by Inge van Dalen and Veerle Goossens. And with the 3 of us, we can take on any kind of larger project even. And this project that I'm going to be talking about is really a team effort. So there's a bit of all 3 of us in this project. And it's about producing beautiful route maps for the line. The line is the public bus and tram company for Flanders. So pretty much any kind of public transit within Flanders, be it buses or trams or subways or light rail, it's done by the line. They've got about 2,700 vehicles, and over 2019 they've had almost 200 million traveler kilometers. Obviously that's pre-COVID. And so transit networks are some of the hardest things to map. I'm sure we've all seen the beautiful London Underground maps by Transport for London, based on the designs by Harry Beck. I'm sure you all know the New York City subway map designed by Massimo Vignelli. And it's a lot of work to cram a lot of information into a small area of map. But first, let's talk a little bit about how we actually got this project. So as I mentioned, Red Geographics is a partner for Avenza, which means that we kind of cover the Dutch-speaking market. So that would be the Netherlands and the northern part, the Dutch-speaking part of Belgium. And a couple of years ago, 2019, we realized that we had quite a lot of customers in the Netherlands with quite a lot of licenses, and actually not that many, just a handful, in Flanders. Which seemed kind of odd because it's, population-wise, economy-wise, culture-wise, we realized that there would have been more potential there than what we were currently supporting it in that region. So what we did is we took a list of all of our Dutch customers and then started compiling a list of comparable Flemish companies and organizations. We approached I think about 60 or 70 of them, and we invited them to an afternoon of MAPublisher and Geographic Imager demonstrations in a central location in Flanders. So about 15 people showed up to that one, and we demoed MAPublisher, we demoed Geographic Imager, we demoed Avenza Maps, we fed them typical Dutch pastries, which are chocolate balls filled with whipped cream, and I'm not sure whether that has something to do with it, but we actually got quite some good results out of doing that event. So a lot of the companies who were there actually turned out to be customers. And the line was one of them. So in February 2020, they first ordered the software, MAPublisher and Label Pro. And then in June 2020, we started a project to develop a new workflow for them. And this workflow was to basically revamp the way that they were producing the route maps of their network. Now, and this is a kind of project that we often work on. We develop a workflow for a client, which quite invariably ends up being a combination of automating some stuff and doing some manual stuff. We think there's a fine line between automation and cartographic quality, and while we love automating stuff, we realize that you can't actually automate the entire map production and still have a high cartographic quality. So we want to find that right balance between those two. So automate the bits that are possible and save a lot of time there, and then let a skilled cartographer focus on the hard bits. Now looking at their current maps, as you can see, they're incredibly dense in terms of information. There's a lot of stuff going on there, and it's all done manual. So as I'm sure you can imagine, this takes a lot of time to do. This takes a lot of time to do right. So what we decided to do was automate the base map production, so the underlying maps, with Avenza MAPublisher. Easy peasy, it's all being supplied in formats that are supported by MAPublisher, so there's really nothing tricky there. Set up a couple of standard map themes and basically be done with it. Second thing we developed was an FME workspace that takes those bus routes and draws parallel lines for them. Because that was actually one of the most time-consuming parts about the original maps, is manually drawing those parallel lines. So those parallel lines that are coming out of the FME process, they're being styled with MAPublisher. The next step would be to automate as much as we can of the text placement using Label Pro. And then the end result would be not a finished map, but a nearly finished map that a skilled cartographer can then pick up and work with. It has never been our intention to fully automate the whole process. We've always been very upfront about that thing with the client, with the line, and they are fully in support of that. Instead, we want to try and get as close as possible. So basically we're looking for ways that we can save time for the cartographers. Now the tricky part is, of course, that that FME workspace that takes the lines, takes all of the routes, and draws the parallel lines. So what we get in terms of source data is one line per bus route. So first we have to identify how many of them are sharing a single segment of road. Now if it's more than 10, their style guide says that we should bundle it into a single line. If it's anywhere between 2 and 9, they should be drawn as parallel lines. So the workspace to run that, just for fun, we tried running it on the entire dataset once, all of Flanders, and it took about 10 minutes. So that's pretty good actually. Now the trick with those parallel lines is that, of course, they have to be offset from the actual line, and we have to offset them in real-world units, in GIS units, in meters. But the distances depend on the scale of the map and the line weights on the map. And their style guide calls for different line weights for a different number of parallel lines. So this is an image copied from their style guide. And as you can see, as more lines are being added to it, the width of the lines, the weight of the lines, goes incrementally down. So 2 to 5 lines, they're all 2.5 points wide. As soon as you get 6 lines, you'll go to 2.3 points. 7 lines is 2 points, and so on. So that was one of the tricky things to deal with. The other thing is that there is a very, very slight white buffer in between the lines. So we had to accommodate for that as well. So one of the big challenges that we had, at least for developing the whole process, is just doing the mental math of all the different units. So we've got typographic points that are being used in the style guide, but we use meters in the data, so how does this translate with scale factors? Another thing is complex situations. So especially close to, like the central bus station of a town, there's going to be a lot of lines, and it's usually going to be in the center of a town, so the roads are going to be short, and there's going to be a lot of curves, and maybe the routes split quite quickly, and so it's complex situations. We haven't really found a way yet to do those consistently well. And right now, the current process, we actually just basically delete any short segments and say, hey, this is better dealt with by a skilled cartographer. Another thing is that it's not always clear what data the organization has available. The people that we're working with, the department that usually makes those route maps, they are only aware of the data that's available to them for their old way of making the maps. But we may be able to use some other data that's available within the organization. And then there's also the challenge of we get the internal data, but that's not necessarily what the travelers who use the maps are going to see. So, for example, any route that a bus takes from the depot to the central station to actually start the route, that's also a route in their system, in their data set, but it's a non-revenue route, so we shouldn't display it on the map. So trying to figure that out is another challenge. So currently we're at roughly this stage in the development of the process. And so this is obviously a much smaller town. We decided to start working with the easier bits first. And as you can see, there's a bundle of routes, so more than 10 routes sharing the same roads throughout the center of the town to the train station, with a couple of routes splitting off here and there. Now, our future plans for this are to improve the output quality on short segments. We feel that this is a point where we can improve our results, and by improving them, saving more time for the people who actually have to make the maps. The other thing is the bus stops. As you may remember, looking back at that original map, there was a list of bus route numbers for every stop. We want to be able to automate the generation of that list as well. Right now, all we have to go on is geometry. So we have the locations of the bus stops, and we have the bus routes, but it doesn't necessarily mean that if a route is passing by a bus stop that the bus actually stops there as well. And that's not even accounting for situations like overpasses or tunnels. Fortunately, we've just given access to some new data, which actually includes which route stops at which bus stop. And it's an ongoing process. We're obviously not done with this yet. We will always continue to improve this and work with the Lang to get the best results. So in conclusion, using FME in combination with MAPublisher can save you a lot of time in your cartographic production process. It also helps to introduce more consistency. If you don't need to manually draw those parallel lines anymore, you can't make any mistakes in doing that either. And this lets the cartographers focus on the bits where their skills are really necessary, are most useful. So thank you very much. If you have any questions about this project or any of the other projects that we've done, please feel free to reach out. And keep on mapping, I would say.
Hey Hans, how are you?
I'm good. And how are you today, Nick?
Doing good, thanks. Busy day, obviously, but welcome. Glad you could make it in the early evening of the Netherlands. So thank you again for a great presentation. We didn't get too many questions in the chat. I'm just checking again now. Mike Harper asks, will they allow you to do lower scale callouts on the short segment clusters, i.e. around the central stations?
Quite likely, yes, but we would simply treat that as if it's a separate map. essentially. So at a different scale level, and just basically produce it separate from the main map and paste it in. So in a way, it's all basically still maps.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I guess on a personal level, maybe for the rest of the audience today as well, what would be one of your favorite features in MAPublisher? Maybe something that a lot of the, the masses, the large organizations may be not aware of within the product.
We are really really seeing the benefit of being able to automatically assign layers to a map theme and automatically have it applied. So as soon as the data is being imported, it's already being styled. And so these kind of projects, we often set them up so that people can make a lot of maps in a relatively short amount of time. And just the fact that you don't have to go assign layers to a map theme and then hit apply, it's maybe just a minute every time, but spread it out over a couple of dozen of maps per project, it'll save you quite some time. So that is one of the things that we really enjoy and really make sure to incorporate in all of these projects.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I know it's been a busy week for you with the FME World Fair, so I think this is your third consecutive day, right?
This is 3 days in a row of online conferences.
Yay. Anyway, glad you could make it today.
And not in my time zone even.
I know. Did well. Thank you. So I guess there was maybe one question as well, that we had, there were some questions after, I know, one of your FME sessions yesterday about having more stylized maps going forward. Do you have any ideas around that?
Well, thanks to a sleepless night last night, I actually do have some ideas on how to probably not make like a fully finished version of it, but at least get some kind of more stylized representation of the lines. It would be a lot of FME work, and then again pushing it back out to MAPublisher in order to style it. And we may even consider trying to do it through FME Auto if there's going to be a large bulk of maps to be made that way. But the ideas I have would be, hopefully similar to the London Underground map, or for example those maps which aren't really maps but more diagrams of the route that you see inside a subway car, for example, like over the doors, the big wide strip. Like This is where the line is going. And so I've got some ideas that I'm really looking forward to experimenting with.
Good stuff, and we look forward to working with you on some of those features for sure. Excellent. We had one question from the audience. Dennis asks, are you doing any simplification or generalization in FME, MAPublisher, or Illustrator?
So to draw those parallel lines, we generalize them within FME first, just to make it a little bit easier. It kind of depends on the quality of the source data that we get. So the process we have right now works for the kind of data that the line is offering us. It works for the kind of scales that they're interested in. And just to make it easier on the whole process, we generalize it a bit. But the style that we're working on for them right now is pretty geographically accurate. So we don't want to generalize too much.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. Perfect. I think that's all the questions that we had for today, Hans. So again, if you guys out there think of anything more, you saw Hans's email, hans@redgeographics.com. So feel free, if that's okay, Hans, for people to reach out with any further questions that they may have. And thanks for jumping on with us today.
My pleasure.
So next up, we're going to run a short video, and then we will take a short break. So the short video is from Xavier in our support team. He'll be talking to you about automation in MAPublisher.
Hello, I'm Xavier, and I work in our support department. I'm going to highlight one of the tools you may not know about in MAPublisher. MAPublisher has many different tools to help users make maps. I am going to go over this quite quickly, so if you'd like some more information or have any questions on what I show today, please feel free to reach out to us. I'm going to show you some automation settings for more efficient importing of data. To access the automation tools, you can click on the lightning bolt icon in the Import/Export tab, which is just located right here. Here you can set up the automation settings. One thing to note is that the automation settings set here aren't retroactive. Therefore, it'll only work on any data you import after you apply these settings. And as you can see, you can have automation settings for map views, style sheets, grids and graticles, labeling, and exporting to PDF. And as you can see in some of these tabs, if you are using FME, the FME setting will override what is set here. Just to go over some of the options quickly, enabling map views and automation will affect any data imported. So when the coordinate system of the data being imported matches an existing map view, several actions can be performed. For grids and graticles, it will create a grid up for the data imported, and you can configure the extents for the grid boundaries. And if you have a grid configuration file, you can add it here as well, just by clicking the plus button. For labeling, you can set up the source layer and the target layer. You will need to know what the name of the source is, as well as the exact name of the attribute field. If you have Label Pro, you can use a Label Pro settings file and apply it here as well. And for exporting to a PDF, you can choose the file path for where your PDFs will be exported to. One thing to note when setting up style sheets is that actually needs to be set up within the Map Themes panel. So if we go to the Map Themes panel, click on the plus button to add one. We'll say you have to know what map feature type you'll be importing, points, lines, or area. So we'll say that this is an area. And then we'll just open it up. In the top left-hand side of the dialog box, you can click the underlined text beside the auto assign. And then what we're going to use is the only auto assign imported layers to this style sheet if they match one of the following patterns. And then we can add one of these rules. And we can change those as well. So we'll say if it contains the word water, it's going to apply this style sheet now. And then now you can go ahead and set up some visual properties for your different imports of data. And lastly, I just wanted to quickly show this tool in action. So I just quickly set up a label for Canada. So the source layer is going to be Canada area provinces, and the attribute I know is name. And now when I go to import the shapefile, it will automatically label the provinces and territories. For some more information, you can check out our blog about this exact tool, or you can visit our support center at support.avenza.com. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to us, and thank you for joining us today.
Hey everyone, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back at 12:10. If you would like to ask us any questions, feel free to use the chat and add your questions to the Q&A, and we will get back to you as soon as we can. Thanks and enjoy your break. See you at 12:10. Hey everyone, welcome back. Please remember to use the Q&A button to enter your questions for the upcoming presenters. And a reminder to use hashtag AvenzaUC 2021 on social media when sharing or tweeting about today's event. We're just going to take a quick look at the agenda for session 2. Mapping Memories of Australia, Maximizing the MAPublisher Toolkit with Marikka Williams. Then we'll have a presentation using MAPublisher to create the National Earth with Tom Patterson. Making Maps with Satellite Data, Geographic Imager, and MAPublisher with Robert Simmon. There'll be a few shorts as well. Once again, my name is Patricia, and I'm the Customer Success Lead here at Avenza. I have been part of the Avenza community for over a year now, and there have been a lot of exciting things that have happened in such a short period time frame. One of those things has been the development of the customer success department, where we are proactively reaching out to new and existing customers on their overall experience with Avenza products and services. Here is some more information to help you understand what to expect from this department. Hello everyone, my name is Patricia and I am the Customer Success Lead here at Avenza Systems. The Customer Success Department is new to Avenza and I want to introduce this service to you because we're really excited about this department. We are currently working and defining our engagement strategies and processes to our new and current customers. What does this mean? Well, we are here to help you with your onboarding of our software, training, and support. We want to make sure that you're using the software to its fullest. We want to help you with your workflow, making sure that you're optimizing the software. We want to hear from you. What do you like? What do you do? How do you do it? Is there something that you're looking for that you're unsure if we provide it? We also want to promote your work, showcase it to others in the industry, writing case studies, doing a webinar, or even a demo. I also want to introduce to you the new Academic Partner Program. This program is currently only offered in Canada and the US at this time. We are collaborating with colleges and universities, nonprofit, and research communities to providing mapping software ideally suited for the GIS education. If you are a faculty member, research student, and are interested in learning more about this program, I do encourage you to visit our website. Fill out the forms and see if you qualify. There is an option for a 1-year lab kit for your classroom, an instructor-led license, and a one-year new graduate license of Avenza software. What does this mean? Well, if you are a student who has graduated from a college or university in North America that is currently using Avenza systems, you can qualify for a 1-year license after your graduation. Training. We are happy to announce that we will be posting remote training offerings on our training website. Please visit the site for upcoming courses, dates, and times. Feel free to fill out the forms so we can hold your spot in remote training session. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns, please feel free to reach out to me. I'd be happy to assist you. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference. So hopefully that was useful information for everyone. Next, I would like to introduce to you Marikka Williams. Marikka Williams is a GIS professor for the GIS Post-Diploma Program and Environmental Technician Program at Sir Sandford Fleming College here in Ontario. She also serves on the B-Spatial Eurissa Ontario Board of Directors as Eastern Section Director and as a Go Geomatics Peterborough Group Leader, event organizer to bring GIS professionals development and network opportunities to GIS practitioners. She has 20 plus years of experience in the field of GIS, which includes providing GIS services to supporting municipalities and engineering consulting, as well as educating college students about geomatics in surveying, remote sensing, spatial analysis, data visualization, and cartographic design.
Today I will share how I maximize the Avenza MAPublisher toolkit to map my memories of Australia. During this presentation, I will discuss my workflow and how I use the various tool sets to produce a cartographic product. I lived in Brisbane from 2008 to 2011. During that time, I worked as a senior spatial analyst for GHD, which afforded me the opportunity to visit beautiful places across Eastern Australia. The City Cat was my primary form of transportation that often ferried me to the Brisbane city centre, shown in the lower left photo, where the GHD home office is located. These photos provide an overview of the geographies that I visited in Tasmania and New South Wales. The Queensland and New South Wales beaches that I visited were pristine. The rainforests that I hiked in were filled with birdsong, lush vegetation, and gorgeous waterfalls. The Aboriginal rock art sites that I visited at Carnarvon Gorge reflect a long history of human occupation. This map of memories is a tribute to my experience in Australia, to honor the people that I corresponded with across the sea, the people that I worked with, and the beautiful places I had the opportunity to visit. This is the workflow that I have found to be most efficient for producing a cartographic product. I start by researching the concept, then I acquire, import, and explore the available data. Next, I generalize and simplify the existing data and create additional data as needed. Then I symbolize the data, add labels, and integrate map elements to complete the map. The data that I selected to be included in the map was from Natural Earth, Geoscience Australia, and the Government of Australia, Department of Agriculture, and the Environment. When preparing to create a map, it helps to think from the end. It is necessary to ask questions like, what is the message that I wish to communicate? Which technique is most appropriate to symbolize this message? What data do I need? What projection would be appropriate for my map scale? With the answers to these questions, I am able to start the process of acquiring and importing data. I set up an artboard in Adobe Illustrator, activate the MAPublisher toolbar, and use the multiple data import tool to facilitate the import process. To establish the baseline, I import the Natural Earth Country Administrative Boundary layer. During the add phase, I select filtering options and set up a query to import the boundaries for Australia. I select Create Map View using Editor from the Method drop-down menu and then click the pencil to set up the map view. I first set the destination projection to Australian Albers and then the scale. Then I click OK and evaluate the import data. I make adjustments to the artboard to fit around the extent of the data, which establishes the preliminary extent to spatially filter the global data during import. Now that I have the baseline established, I can add in the rest of the global data using the existing map view as a reference for spatial extent, scale, and projection. All that I need to do is set the method to use existing map view and document, check the spatial filter, select crop, then click on the globe icon and reference the map view. Now that I have my global data imported, I can import the more detailed Australian data using attribute queries. I discovered that it was necessary to convert the hydrological data stored in a geodatabase to a shapefile format in order to have access to the attribute filter during import to set up a query to import only the features that I wanted to show on my map. Even with those filters applied, it took an hour to import the features due to the detail. I discovered by assessing the data attributes that I could filter it further by querying the features that were perennial, which made sense for the scale of my map. So I imported the hydrological data again using more complex attribute queries and chunked the dataset into smaller bits, which improved the import time considerably. I used the attribute filter to query out features that are greater than 500 square meters and reduced the number of vertices in the simplification settings for the Collaborative Australian Protected Area Database features. I have found it useful to start with simplicity, to be intentional about selecting only data that is appropriate to include in the map with respect to the character of the data as well as the scale of the map and the map theme. Using a combination of simplification with spatial and attribute filters upon import improves software performance and reduces file size. When producing a map, it is important to keep data organized and label the content of the data layer clearly. The data should be placed in label, point, line, and polygon order to ensure legibility. The Map Properties toolset provides useful functionality for the data exploration phase. With the Map Info tool, I can access the projection and scale of the map, and with the MAPublisher log tool, I can access the processing history. With the Map Layers tool, I can see the map layers grouped according to the geometry of the data, and there are modifiable notes attached to each layer in this view that provide access to the available metadata. The Attribute tool provides a means to evaluate the attributes. In this example, I imported elevation point data from a global dataset using the artboard extent as the spatial filter. By having access to the attributes, I was able to quickly identify the elevation points that were outside of Australia and remove them from the map. With Map Attributes functionality, I was able to add a new column to the protected area dataset and use the Apply Expression functionality to calculate the percent of protected land area type. Assuming that the GIS area field is accurate, I calculated the percentages to gain insight into the allocation of land that is protected by legislation. The functionality provided by this toolset is highly valuable with respect to building a foundation for producing a map, providing access to the attributes, and a means to evaluate software performance throughout the entire process. The functionality of the geoprocessing toolset can be utilized to enhance or simplify the cartographic output, or to provide analytical information to enrich features for the purposes of categorization, symbolization, or statistical summarization. The geoprocessing toolset provides useful functionality for the generalization and simplification phase. I utilized the Area tool to aggregate the hydrological features based on type and name. By aggregating the data based on the name field, I could efficiently label named lake features while also reducing the number of features significantly. I further generalize and simplify the protected area features to facilitate ease of symbolization by performing an area join based on type, which reduced the number of features from 3,082 to 58. Then I used the Attribute tool to add a field and classify the 58 types into 9 categories, which provided the basis for the final area join. In order to get a sense of how far the places that I visited were from Brisbane, I created distance buffers around Brisbane in 10-kilometer increments up to 2,000 kilometers, and then performed a spatial join between the buffers and the places that I visited. These are the 10-kilometer concentric buffers I constructed around Brisbane using the Buffer tool. I was able to perform a spatial join between my postcard places and the buffers, but due to the nature of how the buffers are constructed, I noted that it was important to specify in the attributes parameter of the tool to assign the smallest value from the buffer within width field as the buffer attribution for each feature. With the MAPublisher buffer and spatial join functionality, I was able to have a sense of the approximate distance to the places that I visited. I found Area Join to be an effective way to simplify and generalize data. Using the Simplify tool during and after import notably improved software performance. The buffering and spatial join functionality were also useful in providing further insight into the spatial relationships that contributed to communicating the message in my map theme. In my experience, time invested in research is time saved in production. I evaluated sources, data lineage, scale of data compilation, data currency, attribution, and accuracy where possible. I cross-reference multiple data sets from different sources to determine which data is the most appropriate for my map theme. The MAPublisher data creation toolset can be very useful for quickly creating data to fill in data gaps or enhance the map theme. The data creation component in my instance was associated with my primary theme. I experimented with the find and add places functionality. However, I noted that these features are perceived as graphics by the geoprocessing spatial join tool, so it is not possible to perform a spatial join with data that is created in this way. As such, I mapped my postcard places using Google My Maps to locate and geocode the locations of places that I visited, and then exported the data layer to a KMZ format, which is one of the many data formats that MAPublisher can import. I also used the Area Plotter tool to create a polygon when I finalized the extent of the map as a basis to further crop the data. The data creation toolset functionality makes it easy to geocode when data is in tabular format, georeference data that is in an unprojected raster format, plot points or areas, create centroids, calculate statistics to gain insight into the character of the data, and even create a record of the RGB values associated with each feature. Resources such as colorbrewer.org can provide guidance with the selection of appropriate and accessible color palettes. Halos can be applied to increase legibility or enhance features. Symbols can be imported and customized. visual hierarchy is a component of cartographic communication, and the filters in the theme sheets provide the query-based functionality to render the symbology quantitatively and qualitatively. I use the thematic toolset to set up style sheets, create legends, and apply halos. I wanted the palette that I created to represent Australia, so I selected these two photos from my collection to sample colors from in order to build Australian water and earth-themed color palettes. There are tons of swatches available within Adobe. You can seek those swatches and integrate those rather than create your own. But I chose to create my own by using those photos. And basically, this is the selection of swatches that I created that are in the active palette, which enables me to access them in the style sheets. Once the swatches are created and the symbols are added to the swatch and symbol panels, I'm ready to create my style sheets. I symbolize the elevation points using an imported symbol of a hill feature that is proportionally scaled to reflect the relative height in comparison to other elevation benchmarks. These are hill symbols which are proportionally sized in relation to elevation categories. Mount Kosciuszko is the highest elevation in Australia, so this image contains the largest hand-drawn hill symbols. The rest of the symbols are proportionally smaller. This is an example of setting up a more complex query to symbolize based on multiple combined attributes. I batch generated rules for the generalized land types that I created using area join and then made modifications to the visual properties, varying the hue and opacity to render 6 of the generalized categories on the map. Creating a legend is possible using the Map Themes menu. I select the theme sheet that I would like to create the legend for and then select Create Legend from the drop-down menu. From there, I can rename the labels and specify the font settings. Halos can be applied to point, line, or polygon features. I applied a halo to the populated place data to integrate it into the composition. It is a subtle effect, but it does make a difference. I also decided to apply a halo to the coral reef data set because it was linear and I wanted to render these features with more of a sense of breadth and in such a way that it would integrate into the map composition. The coral reef dataset shown on the left is the original, and the dataset shown on the right was enhanced by a halo effect, which helped the coral reef stand out in contrast with its bathymetry. Creating a palette to render point, line, and polygon data, and adding these swatches or symbols to the active palette must be completed before they will become available in the visual properties of the style sheets. Halos are an easy way to increase legibility, and utilizing the attribute filters helps implement visual hierarchy design strategies as well. From a cartographic design perspective, text and typography are a key component of producing an effective map product. Research on fonts and selecting complementary fonts for the title, labels, and supplemental text can enhance a map considerably. With all of the symbology created, I have the framework to use the MAPublisher labeling toolset to specify font type, size, color, and set up placement rules that will reduce conflicts in relation to the dynamics of the existing peripheral symbology. Label Pro is the main tool that I use from the label toolset. While this functionality requires additional licensing, the time it saves is well worth the investment. I created filters based on scale rank to provide a basis for scaling the labels for the marine areas. And I used blue labels to represent the water features, brown labels for the terrain features, and green labels for the park features. This is an example of applying labels qualitatively using color as the visual variable to facilitate effective cartographic communication. Placement, fitting, and conflict avoidance rules are available in Label Pro and help position the labels fairly efficiently to reduce overlap. Label placement rules vary depending on the geometry of the feature that is being labeled, and are intended to reduce visual conflicts and overlaps in the map. I use the expression builder to create filters for the capital cities and populated places. Then I can label the capital cities with a larger font than the populated places. Here's an example of labeling features quantitatively by using font size to differentiate smaller communities from larger communities. The functionality of Label Pro makes it easy to create filters to implement visual hierarchy communication strategies. It also saves time and reduces conflicts with the functionality to set placement rules and obstacles and identify obstacles. From a cartographic design perspective, I recommend only integrating map elements that communicate information that supports the map purpose. I integrate the map elements using color choices that harmonize with the rest of my map composition and size them in such a way that they do not detract from the subject matter. The layout toolset provides functionality to create various map elements. The Graticule is fairly easy to set up with settings that will help me integrate this reference framework into my map design. I use measurement units and labels that are easy to translate and intervals that make sense in relation to the scale of my map. Here is a view of my map with the Graticule applied. The color is subtle, but when you zoom in 100%, you can easily see the grid lines and labels. The scale bar settings enabled me to match the scale bar and fonts to my theme, as well as create measurement intervals of my choice. I didn't incorporate a north arrow, but I have included the workflow here for you. This is the title block that I created for the map. I decided to echo the postcard theme in the title block while also integrating the introductory text, scale bar, protected area, legend, and source statement. The MAPublisher layout toolset provides useful functionality for finalizing the map surrounds and integrating indexes for maps that require a way to communicate more detail. There is additional functionality summarized here that I did not incorporate into my workflow due to the nature of the map theme that would be very useful in varying contexts of different projects. I have learned that investing the time to learn more about the functionality of Avenza MAPublisher Toolkit will ultimately save time and improve the quality of the cartographic output. While researching the full functionality of Avenza MAPublisher, I evaluated the tools in relation to the purpose of my map and discovered more efficient workflows. Research, experimentation, and planning based on what I have learned has been a key component to successfully maximizing the software functionality and increasing efficiencies. The integration of Avenza MAPublisher with Adobe Illustrator enables us to access the combined functionality of a GIS and a digital design software. Focusing on maximizing those combined strengths is the way forward. This is the map that I produced to preserve memories of my experience in Australia. Thank you for your attention.
Perfect. That was a great presentation. Thank you, Marikka. Now we'll have a Q&A period with her. So we'll just wait for her to log on. Hopefully she can see us. So just to review a couple of questions that did come in, there's the academic program. How do the students use Avenza products at Fleming College? Oh, there she is. Hi, Marikka.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate the invitation.
Yeah,
I enjoyed
anytime.
preparing for it and making the map.
Yeah,
So,
no, it was very good.
I did put the link in the chat. If people want to look at the PDF version, you can download it from that link.
Perfect. And we'll definitely share that as well
Okay.
after the presentation. So there's a couple of questions that came in. How do students use Avenza products at Fleming College?
They use Avenza products MAPublisher semester 1 and 2. And then semester 3, we add Geographic Imager to MAPublisher and really focus in semester 3 on using MAPublisher and Geographic Imager and integrating all of the softwares that they've learned throughout the 3 semesters. So first semester, it's really basically standard reference map making, learning cartographic principles and things like that. And then second semester, it gets more specialized into different types of maps like proportional dot or dot density or choropleth maps or dasymmetric maps or flow maps.
Okay.
The last semester, they start to layer up surfaces in Adobe Photoshop. So having geographic imager is wonderful because then we can retain the geographic integrity and then bring it into MAPublisher and combine it with the vector data.
Great. And I understand that there's a GIS open house at the end of every year. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, well, there's a collaborative project that the students participate in that is a 6-month project, and they present their project at that open house. And I think it was the last time we were in person, I did host a map gallery to show all the maps that were created throughout the year, or people's favorite maps that they wanted to share. But I do host a map gallery every semester. When we were in person, that it was maps, and it was wonderful in a classroom. It's a place for people to congregate and talk and look at each other's maps. So that was kind of fun. But I've had to transition to an online environment. So I just started in the fall creating story maps. Mm-hmm. The maps students are producing each semester, and then they now have this artist statement they include, and they also make a little reference to the different types of softwares. I call it mixed media. Have their softwares, identified that so people know. So I think one of our biggest challenges now is some, like when you're in the classroom, everybody has access to the same computers. Right. And now that people are remotely learning, students have different kinds of computers with different levels of performance. So accessibility has been a little bit of a challenge to different softwares. But we also have a VDI environment for the GIS post-diploma program, which is basically a remote login to a virtual environment where you can work. So that's a way that students can access MAPublisher and the other GIS softwares that we utilize, even if they don't have a great computer. But still, then there's a lot of little challenges that we haven't had to really deal with before. But nevertheless, it seems like people are enjoying using Publisher, using the software, using Adobe, and I've seen some really great work this year that I've shared in Map Gallery from the fall through LinkedIn account, and then I've also shared it. I believe I've shared it on Twitter as well. And then I'll be sharing another one soon, and then around open house I'll share the last one.
Perfect. Yeah. So can you describe what some of the projects they're working on? Like what kind of maps are they creating?
A whole range of maps, really. Anything from like one of the most recent ones that I'm thinking about, student mapped how maple syrup is distributed around the world from Canada.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. And another student mapped some, basically, I guess, the distribution of football teams and then in the US, and then did proportional dot sizing on the logos based on, I think, wins or something. And they've done all kinds. I've seen students create like historical maps, like telling a story that happened in the past, which is pretty cool, like about exploration, Antarctic or somewhere else, or just a novel. But they also do analytical maps of varying topics. COVID's been a topic recently.
And, I can imagine.
Yeah. And then just other things like flow maps and how people move around the earth and or resources move around the earth. So there's so many different ways that they can, or so many things they can map. And I've noticed that, we use multiple softwares, and the functionality of Avenza MAPublisher has been great, like having access to be able to create dot density maps in Publisher has been awesome. You can do that through the style sheets, but also the proportional dot map. Being able to use that functionality of Adobe as well is great. And I've just really enjoyed prepping for this presentation. So I thank you for inviting me.
Well, thank you so much for, sharing your presentation with us. It's, very valuable, and we do appreciate it. If anyone has any other questions, feel free to contact Marikka or myself, and I'll make sure that she gets the questions or comments sent to her. So once again, Marikka, thank you for your time, and enjoy the rest of the conference, okay?
Well, thank you.
Thanks. Next will be Nick.
Thanks, Patricia. Thanks, Marikka. Yeah, very excited to have Tom Patterson with us today. He will be available for a short Q&A after his presentation. Tom is a very good friend of mine, very renowned in the cartographic community. He worked as a cartographer at the US National Park Service, Harper's Ferry Center, until retiring in 2018. He has an MA in geography from the University of Hawaii. Presenting terrain on maps is Tom's passion. He publishes the shadedrelief.com website and is the co-developer of the Natural Earth dataset and the Equal Earth projection. Tom has served as president and executive director of NACIS. He is now vice chair of the International Cartographic Association Commission on Mountain Cartography. Take it away, Tom.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom. Nice to be here with you today. When most of us think about MAPublisher, it's to use that fantastic software to import geospatial data into the graphical world of Adobe Illustrator for making maps. What I'll be talking about today is the opposite of that workflow, how I used MAPublisher to create geospatial data, specifically the Natural Earth data set. Project launched in 2005 with my partner Nathaniel von Kelso, and I'm sure you're familiar with Natural Earth. It's very popular. It's been downloaded over 10 million times since its inception. What I'll be doing today is discussing some of my tips and tricks for creating geospatial data with MAPublisher and in Adobe Illustrator. But before doing that, let's do a little review of Natural Earth itself. Here, Natural Earth did not start off as a comprehensive data set at all. Initially, Nathaniel and me, we decided we would try to imitate the natural color maps made by Hal Shelton back in the 1960s and 1970s by combining land cover data and shade relief. Here we're looking at northern South America. As you can see, it's buffered into ocean areas. And what we needed were coastlines and rivers and lakes to complete this, this view. So this is what it ended up looking like. But getting this data proved to be pretty difficult. Initially, we looked at Digital Chart of the World and VMAP 0, the successor database to Digital Chart of the World. As you can see here in northwestern or northeastern Brazil, there's a voluminous amount of data, and the data coverage is variable in its density. You know, obviously, if we were going to use this, it would take us months, if not years, to pick through all of the drainages to come up with the data set that we needed. So what we turned to was the CIA's World Data Bank 2, developed back in the 1970s. I got an old version of Microcam, exported World Data Bank 2 out in DXF format, and imported it into MAPublisher, and then began our editing to this database. Here's an early mock-up of Natural Earth. Nathaniel and myself were making all kinds of notes about the attributes, and we're also editing the geometry as we went along. One of the things we discovered is that Adobe Illustrator can only handle a maximum of 32,000 anchor points on a path or a polygon. And if MAPublisher imports a path or a polygon that has more than 32,000 points, it automatically generalizes the line, which can, as you might imagine, create all kinds of problems with registration and so forth on your maps. So what we did in Natural Earth is the long coastline strings, we snipped them so that the lengths were under 32,000 vertices. And also we split up the polygons so they were in bite-sized chunks. Here we see the ocean polygons that have been split up in Natural Earth. And once we had all the geometry of Natural Earth sorted and we had attributes assigned, here's where the real magic happens. In the Map Views window of MAPublisher, if you go to the flyout menu up in the upper right, you'll see a very handy export feature. Here I'm exporting the ocean coast layers. And what's really cool about this is essentially if you have a map layer anything that you draw on it, any path or any polygon, can be exported as geospatial data and shared with other people. And if you assign attributes to those data, the database file is also exported along with the projection information and so forth. So this is just a wonderful feature that's built into MAPublisher. And here's some of the export options that you see. For Natural Earth, obviously, we pick shapefile format, but there's lots of others that you could choose from. So the initial version, again, of Natural Earth was published in 2005. And since then, we've been updating rivers and lakes with supplemental data coverages. We've done that for North America. Europe is also available. Alex Fries is working on South America presently, and in the last few months I've been working on Australia rivers and lakes. And what I'll do now is just talk a little bit about how I've created that supplemental data for Natural Earth. If you download Natural Earth right now and look at the hydro coverage, this is what you'll see for Australia. Australia is a pretty dry continent, so there's not a lot of rivers that you'll see. But this is what the new data set, the supplemental data set, will look like when we eventually publish it on the website. As you can see, we've included many more intermittent drainages and lakes. So where did this information come from? I'm an opportunist when it comes to bringing data into Natural Earth. A lot of times it's just these big online data sets that you find. In this case, I really lucked out. I found this reference map of Australia published by the government. It's in the public domain. It's at a scale of 1 to 9 million. The scale of Natural Earth, the most detailed version, is at 1 to 10 million. So the scales are very comparable. As you can see, there's drainages on this map. They're all labeled, as are the intermittent lakes. I was thrilled to see that this map was published with projection information. So that enabled me to use georeferencer in MAPublisher to georeference it and then reproject it into the geographic projection for incorporation into Natural Earth. And what's more, this map was available as a PDF with Adobe Illustrator editing capabilities, which meant I could just extract all the line work that I needed straight out of this map and bring it into Natural Earth. Well, with a caveat, I had to do some editing to the line work. For example, since we're creating a data set that cartographers will likely transform into different projections, it's very important that rivers flowing into water bodies such as oceans and lakes, that the mouth of the rivers snap to a vertice. Also, for lakes, we don't want to have breaks in the river coverages where they flow in and out of lakes. So what we do is we include lake central lines. We just basically draw these lines in the middle of lakes. This is very handy if you're creating a map and you want to filter out small lakes, but still keep the rivers. That way the rivers run continuously across the map. Also, if you're doing a historical map, reservoirs obviously didn't exist several hundred years ago, and this way you can show the hydrography as it might have appeared in the past. Another important thing, unsurprisingly for me, is that the drainages have to precisely register with the small scale shaded relief that's available in the Natural Earth data set. Here we can see that the rivers are snugly fitting the Southern Alps of Australia. Another critical concern is because all of the data in Natural Earth is linked together, connects. Administrative lines need to, where they follow river courses, need to coincide with the river courses exactly. And here we can see the boundary between Victoria and New South Wales states following the river very precisely. So a lot of editing goes in to make sure that that happens and that you don't have to worry about it when you're using Natural Earth. So the the Australia map data needed to be smoothed and generalized a little bit. And I have a 4-step process that I use in Illustrator coupled with MAPublisher for doing that. And I'm going to demonstrate that to you live right now in Adobe Illustrator. Actually, it's not live since this is pre-recorded, but let's just pretend that this is a live demo. So here's a sample of the data from that Australia map. I'm going to copy this over and start processing, and you can see what's going to happen to it. Also, let's go to wireframe view so we can see the anchor points and the lines a little bit more precisely. Looking at this, you'll agree that the river doesn't really look too much like a river when we're zoomed in like this. There's just a lot of angularity to the river and also to the water bodies. And the first thing I think most of us think about when we see lines like this that need generalization, well, let's go use the built-in Simplify tool in Adobe Illustrator. So let's give that a try first and see what happens. Go to Object, Path, and Simplify. Here's the palette. We have to open it up. And let's hit the preview here and see what happens. Okay, we got it previewing. Let's crank the curve all the way over to smooth and also minimize the number of points. And you can see, regardless of where I bring the sliders, the path is becoming simplified, but still there's a lot of angularity to it. You can see these points almost look like little horns. And I don't know about you, but I've never seen a river in nature that flows anything like that at all. So bottom line is that the built-in Simplify tool in Adobe Illustrator is not the way to go about generalizing hydrography in a data set. Fortunately, MAPublisher has a wonderful tool for doing just that. Let's go to MAPublisher, Simplify Art, and this dialog appears. The first thing you'll see is 2 different methods. These are 2 different algorithms. The default is Douglas Poiker. The other option is Wissvallingham-Wyatt. I prefer the Wissvallingham-Wyatt algorithm. It's a little less angular in its results. And to use it, you simply select the units that you want to use. This is pretty small scale data, so we'll use kilometers, and then you can enter a value, hit preview, and see what happens. Obviously this line is very coarsely generalized at this point. We went from an original 237 vertices down to 80 vertices, so that we just filtered out a lot of anchor points. That's way too much. But what you can do is then experiment with different values. I did this before, and I happen to know that 10 works out fairly well. Takes out a lot of points, but it still keeps the general alignment of the drainages and lakes in this case. Now, just looking at this, it's not quite ready for prime time. As you know, rivers tend to flow very sinuously, and this is not sinuous at all. So there's another thing that we could do. We'll select this, and there's a very nice script by a fellow named Sato from Japan. It's called Round Any Corner. Bring up the dialog for this. You can see there's a default value of 10. You could vary this, but frankly, I don't find much difference in the radiuses that you put in there, and I just always go with the default value of 10. Click OK, and look at that. This is now looking more like a stream ought to look like on a map. Now, there's a major problem with this right now. What Round Any Corner does is it converts the lines to Bezier curves, which can't be handled in geospatial databases. We need polylines with lots of little straight line segments. And obviously, if we were to convert this to straight line segments, it would look jagged again. If we were to export this from MAPublisher as a shapefile at this point in time, What MAPublisher would do is add lots of vertices to these lines and create polylines. But the problem with a direct export from MAPublisher is it adds thousands of vertices, way too many. In fact, let's take a look at what happens. If we go to Object, MAPublisher, and I'm going to go to Path Utilities, and there is an option for Convert Beziers to Polygons. This is what the export would look like. You can see how many vertices have been added to the line. So if you're dealing with a world data set, there would frankly just be too many points in the data set, and it would bog down. So let's undo that and look at some other options for converting this these paths to straight line segments. What we'll do is, before converting it to straight line segments, I am going to add a few more anchor points to this to line, and let's see what happens. One way to do that is to go into scripts again. Bernhard Jenny has a very nice script called Add Vertex. You could add extra anchor points. It works off of page units in Adobe Illustrator. I happen to know that 5 millimeters in this case puts a nice number of additional vertices on the paths. Add Vertex is very nice when you're dealing with small data sets. However, if you're working with large data sets, it really bogs down and is not really the way to go. What I prefer to use instead is MAPublisher. We'll go back to Path Utilities, and there's a handy little feature called Add Detail. We're dealing with kilometers, so we'll set the units to kilometers. And in this case, let's just try 5 kilometers and see what happens. So now what MAPublisher has done has added vertices on all these paths every 5 kilometers. So we've densified the number of vertices on the path. At this point, what we could do is go to another script. It's called Extend Handles. Incidentally, all of the scripts that I'm showing you are available for free, and I'll have some links at the end of my show showing you where to get them. Now, we don't really want to extend the handles at all. In fact, we want to set them to 0. So essentially what happens when you set them to 0 is the Bezier curves no longer are Bezier curves. You have lots of little straight line segments, as you can see here. So at this point, we could go ahead and export this as a shapefile, and it would work very nicely in a database. Now, there's a couple other things that we could do to this. If you look at this and you think, oh, I'm really conscious of how many anchor points that we have on a line, then you could go into the object menu, back to the default simplify in Adobe Illustrator. We'll open that up. And if we hit the convert to straight lines, it starts weeding out anchor points based on the angle between the anchor points. The default is 150 degrees, which is kind of crazy. But if we bring that down to 5 degrees and we'll hit preview, you can see that it's starting to weed out some of these additional anchor points. We'll put it to 10 and see what happens here. So on the straighter stretches, we could remove unneeded anchor points, and on the curved sections, they will be retained. I think in this case, probably I'm just going to weed them out very minimally, 3 degrees, click OK, and there is our line. I will say that this process is not perfect. You can see there's a little bit of an angle here. I might go in there and actually do a little manual editing to get rid of that, that pointy section. You'll also notice that this lake, where the stream runs into it and runs out of it, they don't join, and that's because when we applied the round any corner, it kind of sheared off the ends of the lake. So a little bit of editing needs to be done to make connections there. In fact, let's just do that. I'll select the lake, and I'm going to get my pen tool and add an additional vertice here, and just snap that up to the stream, since we know the terminus of the stream is where the lake ought to be, and we'll do the same thing down here at the bottom, and bingo. Now we have a lake that's more or less the shape of what was there originally. Oh, and then remember those lake center lines. To do those, what I would do is just simply eyeball a central line in the middle of this lake, and then when done, snap to the vertices, and then when we assign the attributes, we would call this a lake central line, so we could call it out or remove it where needed. So that in a nutshell is how I go about prepping the geometry of hydrography that goes into natural earth. So at this point, the next stage is to assign attributes. And as you might imagine, this is a very tedious task, and I'm not going to go into much detail about this. I'll just tell you a couple things that I do when assigning attributes. The first thing is when I create a new attribute column. In this case, it's feature class. So, are these, intermittent rivers, perennial rivers, whatever else that we have in Australia. What I look at is the default value, and I tend to put the most numerous item in the database as the default. And what that means is that when the column is created, you can see intermittent rivers here indicated in blue. I could go and then just edit those rivers that are not intermittent at their perennial, and it saves me a lot of keyboard typing. Another thing that's very handy in MAPublisher, and this is a relatively new feature, it's spatial join. And with spatial join, what you can do is you could transfer attributes from one data set to another, be they lines or polygons. Here we're looking at lakes in Quebec province, Canada. And what I'm doing is transferring attributes from one data set that has names to another data set of lakes that does not have names. You can see there's this relationship category that I have circled here. I find when the two databases are, the geometry is slightly different, that the has center in relationship works best in my purposes. Not perfect. You still have to go in and inspect to make sure that everything was transferred over correctly. But wow, this is a huge time saver. And it's also very handy if you're doing editing on on polygons using the Pathfinder tools. When you apply Pathfinder effects, the Pathfinder blows out the attributes. So if you keep a copy of your original data set with attributes, do your Pathfinder operations, what you can do afterwards is transfer all of those attributes to the edited data layer, and then just go on your merry way. Finally, I just want to point out what I consider to be the best hydro attributes that we have in natural earth, and that's the stroke weight attribute. With stroke weight, you can see there's various numbers listed for the rivers. What these are suggested stroke weights, and when you apply those stroke weights using the select attribute feature in MAPublisher to the rivers, what you could do is create the sense of stream tapering. So this is just a very quick and easy and convenient way of applying stream tapering in MAPublisher. And that wraps up. Thanks for your attention. If you have any questions, there's my email address. Take a screenshot of this. Also, you'll see various online resources that I mentioned during my talk. Take care.
Just waiting to see if Tom can jump on. Or give him a few minutes. Are you there, Tom? Okay, looks like Tom's having a few technical difficulties. So if you have any questions for Tom in the meantime, hopefully you can answer those on the chat. Oh, here he comes. Hey, Tom.
Hi there, Nick. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfectly.
Terrific.
Welcome. You having a good day?
Oh, I sure am.
Excellent. Yeah, great presentation. Thank you very much. And thanks for joining us for the Q&A period today.
Oh, my pleasure.
We did have a couple of questions in the chat. One of them is, how does Natural Earth deal with disputed territories when digitizing country boundaries? So I guess this is more around, the maintenance of that data set.
Yeah, that's a good question. And that's something that my partner, Nathaniel Kelso, mostly takes care of. He has the expertise in that. But we try to put all of the disputed boundaries into Natural Earth and give people the choice of whether to include them or not on their maps. As you might imagine, going from country to country, person to person, there's a lot of different preferences about what boundaries to show.
For sure.
Yep. You get in a lot of trouble with that one.
I know. Don't put things in the wrong place. Perfect. Okay, thank you. I guess maybe this is one for me. Do any of the export options maintain Bezier curves that were drawn in Illustrator? So this is actually a feature request we've had for a number of years. Right now, the answer is no, but we are looking to add in Bezier support. I guess I would like to understand, maybe within the chat, Dennis, if you can let me know, I guess, the use case that you would like to see answered there around export of Beziers. So we'll wait for Dennis to get back to us on that one. So great to see some other scripts involved in your workflow, Tom. Are there any scripts that you didn't present today that you would like to share some information about?
No, they were the main ones.
Okay.
Round any corner is just incredibly helpful. It does go a little bit slow with really large data sets, and sometimes actually bogs down. It would be fantastic if there was something similar to that built into MAPublisher that was more robust. Hint, hint.
Got it. Yeah, great feedback. Thank you. And you spoke at length around simplification, so great to see that tool in action. Do you use it at all on the import process, or is it post-import?
It's post-import, and when I'm importing those really large lines with over 32,000 points, I have to break them apart in QGIS first.
Right.
Of course, MAPublisher applies simplification on import, but it's Douglas-Poiker, which is not my favorite algorithm. I prefer Fitz-Vallingham Wyatt. So, I have to go into QGIS, break up the polygons and the lines in QGIS, and then bring them back into MAPublisher to start the simplification the way I want to do it.
Got it. Okay. But yeah, we do actually offer both algorithms now, I guess, for the audience on the importer themselves. So you can use the classic method where Illustrator does it for us, or you can actually choose now Fitz-Vallingham Wyatt or Douglas-Poiker on import. So
very good.
So have a play around with that for sure. What else? Spatial join. So great to see that in your workflow again, as well as simplification. Do you have any recommendations on how we can maybe advance that tool going forward?
It's spatial join is wonderful with polygons that I find. I'm dealing with lakes, for example, and you could use the center in option. It's less robust when you're dealing with rivers, where one squiggly river line is different than another. So I do use it, but I find that I have to really check the results very carefully to make sure that everything is correct. I don't know how that could be made any better, but I just would like to point out that it is an issue.
Okay,
when
noted.
When you have, lines that aren't quite in alignment with one another, and lots of them, spaghetti networks of rivers.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Noted and logged. At least it will be. Great. Mike, I know you're on. We had a question from Natalie. She'd like to see that final slide with the links before we move on. If you could reload that one for the audience. So while Mike's doing that, so, great career, Tom. Maybe for the audience, you could give about cartography that made you want to do this as a profession.
Nick, you were muted for a second there. I didn't hear all the question.
Okay, no, I think for the audience, it might be good Can you hear me now? You can hear me now, right, Tom? I can hear you, I think.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Perfect.
you're breaking up for me for some reason.
Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, just maybe for the audience, I'm not sure how much you caught that question, but tell us a bit about your career and how you got started in the cartographic trade, and what it was about that career choice that really meant something to you.
Well, it was way back around in the late 1970s. Do I really have to admit that? It's just making maps. It was something I just took to immediately. There's just the craft of making maps. Back in the day, it was drawing with ink or scribing, and just starting off with all these raw materials. Nowadays, of course, it's digital data, and mixing it all together in a way that it comes together, and this beautiful visual product is formed, a map that's also informative. And for me, it's just an adrenaline rush when I see the final product. It's I've been doing this for over 40 years, and there's still that magic involved when a map is made for me, and that's why I'm still doing it today.
Perfect. Great inspiration. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, thank you very much, Tom. Thanks for jumping online today.
Yeah, my pleasure, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the talks.
All right, keep in touch, and we'll see you on the other side. Okay.
Alrighty.
Take care. Bye. So thanks again to Tom. So next we will move into Robert Simmon, also a colleague of ours, very close relationship with Avenza that we have from Planet, based out of San Francisco. Robert is a data visualizer and designer. He previously worked at NASA, where he co-founded the Earth Observatory. He is an expert at crafting clear and compelling imagery from satellite data, focusing on visualizations that are elegant and easily understandable, while accurately presenting the underlying data. He helped create some of NASA and Planet's most widely seen imagery, including the Earth at Night, the 2002 Blue Marble, and collections of high-resolution oblique imagery. His work has appeared in newspapers and advertisements, on countless websites, and was featured on the lock screen of the original iPhone and the cover of National Geographic.
Hi, my name is Robert Simmon, and I'm a data visualization engineer with Planet here in San Francisco. And today I'd like to talk about how we use Geographic Imager and MAPublisher to create maps with our satellite data. And here's an example of a finished product using the PlanetScope 3 meters per pixel 4-band imagery combined with some other data to make a map showing Arches National Park in Utah. And our process for doing this involves Geographic Imager, Photoshop, MAPublisher, and Illustrator. And the workflow is to open, process, and crop the satellite data in Photoshop and Geographic Imager. And this involves PlanetScope imagery and park boundary data. And then export that from Photoshop as a geotiff and import the processed imagery and complementary geospatial vectors into Illustrator and MAPublisher. And that includes elevation contours, roads, and trails, and the park boundary again. And then export back from Illustrator into Photoshop to combine with a complementary raster data set. In this case, USGS DEM converted to shaded relief. So the first step is to bring the PlanetScope analytic data, which is a scientific data set, 4 bands, red, green, blue, near infrared in 16 bits per channel, and to import that into Photoshop, merge the separate scenes together, and then do color correction. And so to do that, you use File, Import, and then GI Advanced Import. And then this is a screen capture of the dialog box for importing that. And so what you want to do is select all 3 of the imported images. In this case, they're geotiffs. And then you want to set the color mode to RGB color and then move the bands into the right order. And also remove the background. So there is some inconsistency on how different software handles no data. So we just colored them black instead of trying to handle that with an alpha channel or something like that. And so for the color mode, you actually want to make sure that you have the channels assigned in the correct order. So ours is a scientific data set, and like Landsat Sentinel, the band order goes from short wavelength to long wavelength. And so what you want to do is make sure that the correct channels are assigned to their counterparts in Photoshop, which typically expects things in red, green, and blue. And then for this case, we're going to turn off the near infrared band. Although if you wanted to do false color imagery, you can do the standard assigning false color to red, or near infrared to red, red to green, and green to blue. But in this case, we're just going to do red, green, and blue. So that will import the 3 separate files. It will automatically mosaic them and put them in the right place spatially, keep all of the georeferencing intact. And then because it's a scientific data set, the data itself will be very dark. And so the first thing I usually do is just change the levels 0 to 127, which is doubling the brightness of everything, just so I can get a sense of what I'm looking at, and then go on to do a full color correction. And that's on the right. That's another talk all on by itself on how I do that. But I'm just going to skip ahead and go to a full RGB, fully color corrected image to work with. Then once that's imported, take a look at the Geographic Imager window. It's got a lot of very helpful information like the image extents and the resolution, but really it's also just a good reality check to make sure that all of the georeferencing has arrived intact with your data set. And it also allows access to some fairly common commands. So the next step is to import the shapefile that represents the park boundary for Arches National Park. And we'll do that so we know how to crop. And so file, import, GI, lines and areas import, and then just point it at the shapefile. You can set it to automatically detect file type. And then Geographic Imager will automatically bring that vector data into Photoshop as a path. So it retrains all of the vector information and do any reprojections necessary to move from, in this case, WGS84 into UTM, which is what our satellite data is stored as. So you can see I just did a stroke on that path to show where the boundary is. It's nicely clipped to the area of interest of the 3 satellite images that I imported and merged into one. You can see a little fragment of Canyonlands down in the lower left there. But this was actually the national parks data set. And so it throws away all of the extraneous data and then just keeps the stuff that's relevant. So you can see I just did a stroke on that path to show where the boundary is. It's nicely clipped to the area of interest of. And then the next step is to crop and then export. And then the next step is to crop and then export for import into Illustrator. And so in this case, I'm doing an aspect ratio of 8.5 by 11, ends up at 7,650 by 9,900 pixels. And then I'll save that as a geotiff without the stroked boundary, because I want to do that in Illustrator, which has much more capable controls for styling vectors. And so to import that geotiff in Illustrator, you use MAPublisher. That's either those exact dimensions or that aspect ratio. And just file new, set in your height and width in pixels or points, either one works. And then you import the image. It should be an 8-bit per pixel geotiff. Import that into Illustrator with MAPublisher, reads the geotiff info and automatically creates a map view and an artboard that have the exact correct projection and scale. And you do that just using file, import map data, import map data. And then once that's in, you're ready to import all of the complementary vector data to convert from an image to a map. So now we're going to use the multiple data import function instead of the simple import map data function. And that does two things. One, as it says on the tag, it allows you to import multiple files at once, which is convenient. But more importantly, it allows you to set the projection not to be the projection of the input data, but to match the projection of the map view. And to do that, you make sure that you set it to use existing map view in document in the method dialog. I also like enabling the spatial filter, and that will automatically crop the vectors in the data set that you're importing to match the projection. Otherwise, you'll end up with vectors all over the Illustrator workspace, lots of extra points that you might not necessarily want to deal with, and Illustrator might actually throw a fit in the process of trying to do that import. So it's another nice little touch to be able to do that cropping without having to turn to an external tool. And so that's what these dialog boxes look like. Again, make sure that you have those selected, the imported data set selected, and then set it to use existing map view and document. Otherwise, it's going to create new ones for each of the imported data sets. Set it to the map view that you want them to match, turn on the spatial filter, and then you can actually just point it to the existing map view, and it'll automatically set those corner points and do the cropping. And that's what these vector data sets look like when they're imported on top of the image in Illustrator. Lots of MAPublisher windows are open, but it shows you sort of like you have the full Illustrator toolset as well as the MAPublisher GIS-oriented toolset. So the first thing I want to do is to convert these contours, which are every 40 feet. If they're uniform, they tend to either be too heavy and obscure the underlying imagery data, or if you set the opacity down or reduce the line weight too much, you sort of lose the contours entirely. So what I'm going to do is show you how to conveniently set the contours to be emphasized every 200 feet and then have intervals at the 40-foot intervals that have less weight to them. And for that, I use the map theme rules. And this is where you can actually query the metadata in the shapefile and use that to style the vectors. In this case, I'm going to use a function called modulo. And what that does is it actually takes the remainder of a number, and then if the remainder is 0, it'll select it. So for the 40-foot contours, every 200 feet, you divide by 100 will equal 0. The modulo will equal 0. And so we can use that for our main contour lines. And for the lighter contour lines, we can do the ones where the modulo is not equal to 0. So that's where the remainder is uneven. And so you can use both of those functions to set up two rules and then directly set the visual properties to reduce the weight of those contours. And that's what those look like, full res zoomed in. So you can see how now instead of having the contours dominate the map, they're actually a piece of complementary and subsidiary information to the imagery itself. The next thing to do is to use Illustrator's appearance dialog and palette to style the vectors representing the park boundary and the roads and the trails. Instead of simply using the stroke dialog box, appearance lets you to do very sophisticated effects with stacking strokes. And so you can do multiple stroke widths to end up with very complex visual appearances to set different types of lines to represent different types of information. In this case, I've actually got two strokes. One is 8 points and white, and the other is 12 points in black, and the 12-point one is actually beneath the white. And so it's going to end up with an outline on the stroke. And so you end up with this effect for the roads and the trails. Also, the trails here I've set to be dashed instead of solid lines. So here's the detail, roads and trails mixed in with the contours mixed in with the image data itself. So pretty much done at this point with Illustrator and MAPublisher. Here's an example of the entire map. And To finish it off, what I'm going to do is actually export into Photoshop again so that we can combine with another raster dataset, shaded relief derived from a DEM, to highlight the national park itself and to have the surrounding landscape fade into the background. So here's a detail showing a little bit more of what the map itself looks like. And then for the export step, what we want to do is export the artboard as a layered Photoshop file. MAPublisher allows export of geotiffs, but if you do that, you lose all the layers. And so for maximum flexibility in styling and to be able to do the masking that I want to do, I actually want to keep the layers intact. And to do that, you export to Photoshop, you export the artboard to Photoshop, make sure right layers is selected, and make sure that maximum editability is selected. And that makes sure that everything arrives on separate layers so you can do editing in Photoshop. And so this is what that file looks like in the layers palette in Photoshop. And you can see that the roads, trails, land boundaries, and contour lines, as well as the image, all come in as separate pieces. As I mentioned, unfortunately, there's no geographic information anymore. So what I do is I select all these layers and then I drag them back into that original geotiff that was imported into Illustrator. And it's kind of clunky, but it allows you to have the most ability to fine-tune your image and to fine-tune your map in Photoshop. So the next step is to mosaic the shaded relief data with the satellite map. And use that with the mosaic function, select the document. In this case, it's a shaded relief, also made in Geographic Imager. Not really going to go into the details of that right now. But a couple things to look at. One is it's nice to crop to destination extents. That makes sure that you don't like change the size of your map unless that's what you want to do. But it tends to keep file sizes reasonable when you do that. And then there's some options in what order, and then if you are importing a layered file, what it does with the layers, and just so keep those in mind. The shaded relief dataset is actually quite a bit larger than Arches National Park itself. Here's the map area superimposed on the shaded relief, 10 meters per pixel, so it's a huge file. So it's really helpful to crop that down before merging it with the map of the park. And so to do that, I use the geocrop function, and that allows me to crop one document to another document's extents. And you just, you click the button, which I've highlighted here, automatically sets everything, and will crop the image down, and then you can do the mosaicing. So here is that shaded relief file that's been transformed from WGS84 into UTM. Resolutions are matched from 10 meters to 3 meters, and it's set in as a different layer, another layer in that Photoshop stack. So right now it's at the top. We're going to move it down to the bottom. And then I'm going to use the park boundary, which we already had, to create a selection and then a mask so that we can show the imagery inside the park and we can show the DEM outside the park. And to do that, I use the path palette to make a selection. And then once you have a selection, in Photoshop's layers command, layer mask, reveal selection, and that applies an alpha channel based on that selection, which shows the imagery inside the park, and as I said before, shows the DEM outside the park. And that's pretty much it. And so here's the entire map zoomed out. And then zooming in to HD, full width. And so now you can start to see some of these styling details, which you can't see all the way zoomed out. And the full resolution detail, showing the annotation layers that we've added, all of the contour layers, and the park boundary. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can contact me at simmon@planet.com or Twitter @rsimmon. And I will upload some of the files that were used in this presentation and to make that map into this URL, go.planet.com/Avenza, so you can take a look and play around with them on yourselves. Thanks again. Hello?
Thanks, Robert. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
My video seems to be on the blink right now, so you'll just have to imagine me on screen. So great presentation. Thank you very much. Wonderful to hear from all the workflows, as always, from Planet. We did have a couple of questions. What are some of the challenges of handling so much data?
Oh, that's a great question. Just speed is obviously one of them. So if you end up with a data set that's too big and, basically run out of RAM, like things start caching to disk, and even on an SSD that's very slow. Another one is file size limits. So JPEGs can only be 30,000 pixels. That's something I ran into just yesterday, trying to make a very high resolution mosaic. And TIFF can only be 4 gigabytes, which sounds like plenty until you realize that we often do time stacks. And so you'll have multiple dates at high res with a lot of Photoshop layers. And that means that you need to try to carefully crop around it to get under 4 gigabytes. Otherwise, you have to go to Big TIFF. And Big TIFF does not support Photoshop's ability to have adjustment layers that are basically allow non-destructive editing. And then speed. Like, you need big disk, you need a lot of cache space, you need a lot of RAM.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you. Marco asks, I'd like to know what is the final output if the map is printed or digital, and why you choose to finish all of the map in Photoshop instead of keeping it as vectors in Illustrator.
So I tend to always do output as digital for screens. I basically started my career doing data visualization and cartography, building material for websites. And I think even with Planet, like almost all of the output is for screen. And this was a demo I made specifically for this presentation. So I didn't really have a final output in mind aside from making the large one. The other reason is that some of the effects that I use, so drop shadows and some of the other things, are way faster in Photoshop. And so that's another reason to do it. But just, I've always thought, very much from the perspective, I start from a piece of satellite data. I don't start from a map area. And so it's kind of a different perspective than more traditional cartography.
Got it. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you for the answer. And then the final question, we're running a little bit behind time, is from Morgan. Can you tell us about the services that Planet offers for smaller firms or independent cartographers looking to use their data?
That's a very good question, and I don't have a very good answer for you. Right now, we're still a small company that's growing very quickly and trying to figure out our strategy for that. But you can send me an email and I will try to get you in touch with people who may be able to help you out.
Okay, one quick final question. Is Planet's imagery available to the public?
So that's also an interesting question. One answer is if you are a member of a university, we have an education and research program.
Okay, cool.
And that allows you a small quota for free. If you are a member of the general public, you can sign up for a trial, or otherwise you can basically look at our social media feeds or gallery and things like that, where we'll put selected highlighted imagery, but there's no generally available feed of all of the imagery.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any other questions for Robert? You had his email previously, so feel free to reach out, simmon@planet.com. So thanks again, Robert, for joining us today. Always great to see you. Valuable insights again, so we'll talk to you soon.
Nice to see you too.
So thanks again to Robert. We're now going to move into our final short video before we break again. So this video is by Milena in our support team, and it's entitled Georeferencing in Geographic Imager.
Hi, my name is Milena, and I am part of the support team here at Avenza. Today I will be going to show you how the tools and features within Geographic Imager can be used to easily georeference an image. We're going to use this aerial image here of Ahoyski, North Carolina. Opening up the georeference window, this is where we will select our control points. We can add control points through the image view, or we could import a list of control points from a CSV. Today we are going to manually add our control points. Along the side here, we can use the controls to zoom in and out of the image, and once we have found an area that we want to place a control point in, we can simply click Add Point button and then click on the image where we wish to add that point. To assign the point coordinates, we are going to use the online map service. Alternatively, if we knew the exact coordinates of the point, we could have entered them manually into the table. I'm going to change the map view to satellite and then search the area for which we are in. And now I'm going to find the exact location in which the plotted control points we already did. Once I have located it, I am going to simply click that same spot and select yes, assign this location to the control point, and then I am going to click OK. And as you can see, the world coordinates have populated here for us. Georeferencing requires a minimum of 3 valid control points, so I have gone ahead and created 6 points for us. Now we can go ahead and click Solve, which calculates the optimal coordinate system to use based on the control points that we already created. I'm going to go ahead and select NAD 83 in North Carolina, and the control point table will show the positional error in pixel and world units. If you want to reduce the error values, you can go ahead and edit the control points, or you can remove some and even create new ones. The final steps we are going to do to check our referencing is going to be to use the View Image Extents Online tool. As you can see from the bounding box, everything looks to be accurate and in the correct location. Now we are going to use the Validate tool. We're going to zoom in to a location on the map, and then we are going to select a point. This is going to open up that point on the online map, and we're going to be able to see how accurate our referencing is. Based on this, it looks like our referencing is pretty accurate, and I'm pretty happy with it. So once this is all complete, we have finished georeferencing the image, and we can click OK, and the image is fully referenced. This tutorial did go pretty quickly, so if you do have any questions about these tools or GI, please don't hesitate to reach out to our support team.
All right, I just wanted to say thank you to our Session 2 presenters. Very good and amazing videos. Thank you for your hard work and some great questions and answers. We are currently going to take a break. We will be back at 1:50 Eastern Time, so go grab a coffee and a little snack, and we'll see you back at 1:50. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a nice break and got some coffee, tea, and stretched your legs. We have a great third session coming up, and I'll quickly review the agenda with you all. So we're going to start with Avenza Maps for Work and for Play with Steve Rooke. We will also be looking at using Avenza Maps Pro to teach field methods and GIS with Dorn van Dommelen, and trail map design and distribution using MAPublisher and Avenza Maps with Jeremy Apgar. Please remember to use the Q&A button to enter your questions for the upcoming presentations. And a reminder to use Avenza UC 2021 hashtag on social media when sharing or tweeting about today's event. Next, I would like to introduce to you Kate, who is our support manager here at Avenza. She will be explaining to you how you can access our main support resources and how you can reach out to the team. And Jenny, who is the HR manager here at Avenza. If you want to join an innovative and passionate company, you need to check out this video and also our careers page.
Not sure how to use a specific tool in MAPublisher or Geographic Imager? Looking to get started in Avenza Maps and don't know where to begin? Or maybe you just want to learn more about our products. My name's Kate, and I'm the support manager here at Avenza Systems, and I'm going to take this opportunity today to show you how to access some of our resources available. Our resources include our Avenza Desktop Support Center, Avenza Maps Support Center, Avenza Forums, and our Avenza YouTube channel. All of these resources can be accessed by going to avenza.com and selecting the Knowledge and Support tab at the top. Our Avenza Desktop Support Center is where you'll find lots of useful information for both MAPublisher and Geographic Imager. This information includes updates and compatibility articles, some frequently asked questions, some interesting and unique workflows, as well as our product documentation. The product documentation for both MAPublisher and Geographic Imager is where you'll find all the articles on the various tools contained within both products, as well as the tutorials to learn how to use the tools. If you find you need some more help, you can click the Submit a Request tab at the top and send us an email with your problem or question. The Avenza Maps Support Center is where you'll find information for our Avenza Maps product. This information includes both the Android and iOS platforms, information about our vendor site, and also information about our in-app and our Enterprise Pro subscriptions. Same thing as desktop. If you find you need more information or more help with a problem, you can submit a request and contact us directly. Our Avenza Forums, which is on avenza.com, is where you can find questions that our users have, as well as post your own questions. These may be general workflow related questions, things around licensing, as well as feature requests. And finally, for Avenza webinars and our YouTube content, you can go to avenza.com and select the links there. You can see previous webinars we've done, as well as any upcoming webinars. Our YouTube channel is also where you'll find lots of information on MAPublisher, Geographic Imager, as well as Avenza Maps. Our support team is available Monday to Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, excluding Canadian holidays. I would like to thank everybody for taking the time to listen to the support resources available to you today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the Avenza UC conference. Thank you and goodbye.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you so much, Kate and Jenny, for that. We do appreciate it. Next, we'll jump into our next speaker. I would like to introduce everyone to Steve Rooke. Steve Rooke is a registered forest technologist who works as an engineering program specialist with the British Columbia Ministry of Forestry, Lands and Natural Resource Operations. In this role, Steve manages a range of engineering projects from major forest road improvements that supports community access to rural residents and Indigenous communities in BC's North to road and bridge inspections. Steve has also created several YouTube tutorial videos that support users with quick how-to videos on how to use Avenza Maps app.
Welcome to beautiful Northwest British Columbia, Canada. Hi, my name's Steve Rooke and I work for the Ministry of Forest, Lands and Natural Resource Operations as an engineering program specialist in Northern British Columbia. Over the next 15 minutes, I'm going to walk through how I use Avenza Maps on a daily basis to help achieve the goals and objectives of our program. An application that I use Avenza on a regular basis is for conducting road inspections, road inventory, contract progress. The ability for us to create attribute schema within Avenza allows us to collect data that's consistent with our policy and our inspection procedures. When I'm doing a road inspection, I will drive to the end of the road, will commence a track. I'm able to add a place mark and collect information specific to those sites. Real key advantage to that is that the ability for one to export that data once collected in a format of a CSV, a shapefile, or a KML is beneficial for us to make operational decisions on any repair or maintenance that's required. One of my favorite features of Avenza is that we have the ability to import a road eng file, which is a road design, which includes plans, profiles, and cross sections. When you import the road eng file, you will be able to see your location within 5 to 10 meters of the center line of the road that you've designed. A key advantage to that is that we can do ground truthing prior to any earthworks or construction and identify features such as rock outcrops, anywhere there might be draws where we might want to put culverts or any potential gravel sources within there, and other features that may require alteration or modification to your design. Avenza has a really good feature called plotting photos. What happens there is that when you take photos with a camera or drone that have location surfaces on, you are able to import those photos into Avenza and then plot them for the location in which they were taken. What I like for that feature is specifically with using the drone, there's scenarios where we have rivers that breach the bank and they start flowing in different directions. What I'm able to do with the drone is put the drone up, fly it over the feature with a timer set for a photo, and follow that new location of where that stream is. Once completed, I bring the drone back, download the photos from the drone into my iPad, and then I plot those photos in Avenza. From there, you will see place marks where each photo was taken, and then you can take the draw tool in Avenza and now just match those photos up, and now essentially you have a new track that represents the new stream location. One scenario that I think that's an important feature is for search and rescue, when you've got individuals that could be lost out in the bush, and if they happen to be found or located using a drone, simply by taking a photo, then returning the drone to the pilot, you can then upload that photo into Avenza and then plot it, then navigate to where the individuals are. Using the track feature in Avenza supports us for doing volume estimates around stockpiles of crush or sorted rock material that we use for our projects. We can simply do a quick traverse around it, convert it into an area in the app itself, and come up with a rough volume. Avenza Maps has been a great asset in helping us in our wildfire suppression efforts, whether it is for mapping the perimeter of fires, mapping out guard, mapping out assets such as pumps, and other features that are important to identify in our suppression efforts. One of the really good benefits of this is that a lot of times we are out of connectivity, and for those that have the ability to transfer data through Bluetooth, whether it be through AirDrop or an Android Bluetooth feature, assists us. Having the ability to import custom maps in Avenza is definitely an asset for us, as it allows us to create a base map of, say, our road networks and our bridge infrastructure. And then in addition to that, we're able to find specific layers in a KML file where we can turn on and off when we need it. Well, here I am at Hudson Bay Mountain in Smithers, British Columbia. Not only do I use Avenza for work, I often use it for any recreational activities such as Well, I have a special guest joining me here, Rob Bryce from Northern BC Jet Boat Tours. He's an avid fisherman, jet boat enthusiast, and overall adventurer. The location I'm at here now is the Bulkley River, and it's the first place that Rob introduced me to steelhead fishing. Even though he claims that he caught a bigger fish that day, I beg to differ. Let's see what Rob has to offer. Take it away.
So I'm Rob Bryce from Northern BC Jet Boat Tours, owner-operator of a small jet boat touring company. And yeah, I use Avenza Maps quite frequently. I use it when I'm out in the water, either in a small boat like this or my big jet boat. And yeah, today I'm going to give you a few short clips of how I use Avenza Maps and some of the features that provide useful for me when I'm on my tours to be safe out there on the water.
I end this journey on the shores of the beautiful Maurice River, location of one of my very first engineering jobs back in the mid-90s. We didn't have Avenza then. Sure could have used Avenza. If you want to learn more about Avenza, please check out my YouTube channel, where I walk you through short little tutorials on many of the great features that Avenza has to offer. Well, so I lied. I had one more destination and one more feature to show you. The destination is at one of my favorite watering holes, and the feature I'm going to speak about is plotting GPS average. When you want a higher level accuracy of key important features, in Avenza you can record a GPS plot by a number of set fixes and it'll average it, or you can set a duration of time. It'll record your fixes and average them over that time duration. Anyways, well, time to go, and hopefully once this craziness is all over, you'll have an opportunity to come and visit northwestern British Columbia, Canada. For me, it's time for me to enjoy one of these. Cheers, everyone.
Cheers, Steve. That was a great video, great presentation. There, now we'll have a Q&A period with Steve. Yeah, that was really good.
Hello.
Hi, Steve.
How are you guys?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm doing awesome.
Great. Thank you so much for putting that video together. It was very, very good. I'm sure a lot of our attendees, feel the same as the questions are coming in. So there are a few questions for you. Are you able to share video, or is it not working at the moment for you?
It looks like my video is on.
Okay. I'm not too sure if I'm able to see it, but that's okay. Let's continue. Oh, there you are.
Okay.
Good to see you. So there's been a few questions that have come in. What kind of drone do you use?
Well, in our engineering branch, we have a variety of them. Anything from a Mavic Mini to a Phantom, a Mavic Pro. Phantom 4 Pro is the primary one that we usually use, and for greater survey technology stuff and that, I I have a Matrice M210 RTK, which allows for multiple camera mounts and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Okay, good. And how do you improve your accuracy when you're out in the field collecting data or tracking?
Well, it all depends. In our engineering branch, we don't only just use Avenza for our higher level survey requirements. We use total stations and RTK GPS, like Trimble units and Leica units, and that. So, yeah, we use that in combination. And then we are also testing external GPS units that connect to our Apple devices, and comparing that with using it through the Avenza app, and comparing the accuracy on that, which is seeming to be pretty decent so far.
Perfect. Another question has come in. When surveying trees and forests, what was the most useful functionality of Avenza Maps that you have used besides plotting locational data and adding attributes on it? Also, is there any limitation of it that are forestry specific?
Well, some of the challenges become is when you get into thick canopy and stuff like that, then obviously your GPS is a little bit challenged with, not by the app itself, but by the device that you're using. And that, so I don't use Avenza. Well, I don't do a lot of tree measuring and that just because of the program but I see it for use in doing planting assessments, maybe NSR areas and that kind of stuff. So it's our government, or the Ministry of Forest, Lands, Natural Resource Operation uses it extensively for multiple different things. Could be, sorry if you hear my rooster in the background.
It's okay. I love it that you're out in the outside and in the wild. It's great.
Well, that's what Avenza Maps all about, is being outside, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, there's multiple uses and applications that we can use it, whether it be doing residue and waste surveys, survey plots. I know probably our research folks can use, the plotting GPS average to help doing research plots and stuff like that. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
And one last question. Well, there's a lot of questions coming in, so I'll pick one more. And we'll definitely pass them on to you, and you can answer them offline. When sending yourself a track of photos from Avenza Maps to your email, how long do you find it takes before receiving the email with data?
Well, I mean, that all depends on the export image size, right? I would think so, and your network connection as well. So I can honestly say that I probably haven't uploaded like multiple photos in an image. But I've done a road inspection, which has, I'm going to say it's probably had 40 to 50 images in it. And it was actually quite quick. So that being said, though, is because we use iOS devices quite extensively. Using the airdrop features dramatically increases that speed and that as well. So.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Steve. This was a great video. Thank you for your time in putting it together. There are a few more questions, so we'll probably just let you know the questions are and follow up afterwards, after the event. So once again, thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, and thanks to Avenza for giving me this opportunity to show off northwestern British Columbia.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
All right, so that was great. That was a good Q&A period. For those of you who asked questions for Steve, we will make sure that he gets those questions and follow up with you. We're just within trying to maintain our schedule, so we'll move on to the next session, our next part of our session. Next, I want to introduce to you Al Ward from LA City Fire. He will be telling us about what 3 words and how you can use it within the Avenza Maps app. And Xavier Mark, who is part of our support team as an application specialist. He will be showing us how to use symbol sets within the app.
Hello, my name is Albert Ward. I work for the Los Angeles Fire Department. And I'm also on a federal incident management team here in California. What Three Words is an application that turns a position format, much like minutes, degrees, decimal minutes, minutes, degrees, decimal seconds, into a very user-friendly format for a person to be able to figure out where they are. It'll triangulate a position all the way down and give you 3 common words. You type those words into a position format, and that will give you a location. How we can use Avenza Maps to further give us better data sets is we work with a whole lot of other jurisdictions, and we have some jurisdictional maps. So on that jurisdictional maps, Avenza has adopted What Three Words position format so that you can now take those 3 words, put it into Avenza Maps, and be able to find your location on the map in Avenza Maps, just like you would in any other map product. So one particular time when we use this, we had a hiker in an area that was adjacent to 2 other jurisdictions that we commonly work with. They give the dispatcher those 3 words, and the dispatcher can put those 3 words into CAD and find out their exact location. Our department got the resource request. We were able to drop the pin from What Three Words into Avenza and drop that pin on the map, and then we made the rescue. But had it not been in our jurisdiction, we would have been able to make the appropriate notifications to the jurisdiction whose dirt it was in, using What Three Words, being able to overlay that data into Avenza Maps.
Hello, I'm Xavier, and I work at Avenza in our support department. I'm going to highlight one of the features you may not know about in the Avenza Maps app. Avenza Maps has a lot of tools that can help you with your data collection. I'm going to go over this quite quickly, so if you have any questions or would like some more information on what I show today, please feel free to reach out to us. I'm going to show you a Pro subscription only feature, custom symbol sets, so you do need to have an active Pro subscription to use them. And custom symbol sets can be used in conjunction with the ones included in the app, and they can be used to better distinguish between user-generated points. All users, free, plus, or pro, have access to the 6 different colored place marks and recreational symbols. But if you're a Pro subscriber and would like to have a custom symbol set, you can request one to be made. You just have to send us the image files for the different icons, and we will create it, and then you can import it onto the app. So to actually import it, you can just follow the steps here. So you go to the Settings tab, you click on Manage Symbol Sets, and then in the top right corner, you can click the plus button. And depending on where you have that Avenza Symbols file stored, you just have to locate it. So in my case, it's on Dropbox, and it's within this Symbols folder. And I'm going to import the Mcena fire symbols. And now I have access to use all of these different symbols, again, in conjunction with the recreational symbols and the default place marks, which I will just quickly add. So place mark, I can choose a different symbol. So we'll go to the Mcena symbols, and we're going to have it as an assembly area.
For more information on symbol sets, you can visit our support article at support.avenzamaps.com, and it'll go over the criteria we need in order to generate the symbols. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to us, and thank you for joining us today.
Thanks, Xavier. That was very useful. Next, I would like to introduce everybody to Dorn van Dommelen. Dorn is a professor of geography at the University of Alaska, Anchorage. He teaches introductory geography courses, environmental policy, and geographic information system. An avid cross-country skier and orienteer, he uses GIS and cartography skills to make orienting and trail maps for local organizations.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending my presentation. My name is Dorn van Dommelen, and I'm a professor of geography at the University of Alaska Anchorage, where I teach in the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies. I teach in an interdisciplinary program called the Environment and Society program, which is a Bachelor of Science program that prepares students to work in a range of environmental fields, from environmental policy and law to actually being environmental field technicians. I'm going to be talking just a little bit today about how I use Avenza Pro to teach field methods in the GIS class and how I plan to extend my use of Avenza Pro and also other Avenza products in this particular course. The course itself is part of a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Science, though it's called the Environment and Society program. It's an upper division course that's intended for all of our majors to take. For some of our majors, this will be the only GIS class that they have, but many of our majors also take GIS classes that are independently offered in the College of Engineering that can count towards our program. And so there's a blend of students. Some are very expert, some don't have very much experience at all. But all students have had at least a very basic level of GIS, and they've also had a field methods class as well, or at least they're supposed to. Students are supposed to follow a progression of courses, but as most of you probably know or remember, there are all sorts of ways around these official progressions. The course is sort of a stepping stone within our program. Students have generally taken a number of lower division courses, including environmental studies and science and their basic chemistry and maths and things like that. Now they are in the midst of preparing to take their upper division courses, and some students will end up taking a large number of GIS classes, but others might take just one or two more, or a course in something like conservation biology that requires a minimum amount of GIS. It depends on what their particular concentration is. All students in our major will eventually end up taking our capstone course in environmental policy and regulations in Alaska, and they will definitely be using in that class not only GIS, but they'll also be using Avenza Pro, because I actually teach that class as well, and I've been integrating it into the course. Now, environmental applications in GIS is the sort of basic GIS class. Students get basic vector and raster analysis. They also get a little bit of geovisualization and cartography skills, but it's all applied for an environmental field. So they have the opportunity, if they've only taken courses in the College of Engineering before, to really get a chance to use environmental data, analyze it, make sense of it, and map it as well. In addition, one thing they get in this course that they don't get in any other course in the university is field data collection. And this is always in the very first part of the course, and so even students with a lot of GIS experience have generally not done very much of this unless they've done something like an internship or had a summer job where they had the opportunity to do that. This is a course where I use Avenza Pro. I use it as an alternative to the standard GIS software that is out there. And I do that for a couple of reasons. One, so that everyone gets a chance to see that there are different kinds of software out there, but also because I find Avenza Pro to be really easy to use, quite intuitive for students, especially if they've never had a GIS class before, and it doesn't require a lot of database knowledge that some of the other software does. And I've been having really good success with it. I've used it now for 2 years, and I've taught 3 different classes using Avenza Pro and have plans to continue to do so. So the way that they use Avenza Pro is in a field data project that they are required to complete. Now, this is a follow-up to the environmental field methods class, which they have hopefully taken in the semester previous to when they take the GIS class. Of course, it doesn't always work that way, but it's supposed to. In this course, taught by a colleague of mine, students are required, among other things, to do a bunch of outdoor field sampling. They do a plot-based sampling, they do a transect-based sampling, and they do point count sampling as well. And they produce reports on all of these things. So what I have my students do in the GIS class is to operationalize one of these sampling projects that they did. They get to choose the one that they're most comfortable with and that they enjoyed the most, and operationalize it in Avenza Pro. So they are going to first get a map of the area that they're going to collect data, and I help them a bit with that. And then they actually are going to create a form that allows them to collect all the attribute data that they need. And then ultimately, they also collect geolocated data and then download that and visualize it too. So they get to see the links very clearly between field methods and what they learned in field methods and GIS, so that they can start to understand how GIS really is functional and really incredibly important in their career path. The specific requirements of the project includes, first, every student has to develop their own form. And so their own form has to include a mix of different types of data. In fact, they're required to use all the basic forms, strong, Boolean, or string rather, I should say, Boolean, real, and integer data. They also need to collect data using at least one pick list. And then another thing that they have to have in the form is they have to record the accuracy of the GNSS unit that they're using. Now, pre-COVID-19, all the students used an EOS Aero 100 GNSS unit and got incredibly detailed and accurate data, usually with a resolution of less than 1 meter. It's been a little bit more difficult during COVID to have students use all those, so many of them are using their phone or something like a Garmin GPS unit. But in the ideal situation, and what we'll be going back to next year, we'll be using the GNSS as opposed to a simple GPS unit. Once they have developed their form, then they go out and they collect the data. They don't have to collect as much data as they do for their field data assignment, but they do have to get enough data so that they can really understand what the problems are, especially with accuracy and with managing the data as well. After they've collected their data successfully, then they begin to download it. They download it either as a KML, and they also download it as a CSV. So those two things are required. Shapefiles come later in the course, and some students do make the bridge between their field data project and a later one where they may use a shapefile, but they don't have to do that in this particular project because we haven't gotten in the course yet to talking about vector data in a very detailed way. The deliverables that the students produce include a screenshot, and I'll show you an example of this with all the map metadata. Also, a screenshot that shows their form in action, which means, their string, Boolean, integer data that they have collected, so I can see that they're using it and how they're using it, how they've built the form, and then both a KML and a CSV file, so I can see how everything is working. They then give a detailed written account of how they developed it, what the results were, what lessons they've learned, the degree to which they could see this as being useful in understanding and processing field data, those sorts of questions. So here, the outcomes that they're supposed to have, and this is very important, what do I want them to learn from this project? Well, first, I want them to get used to evaluating metadata. And so that's why they have to collect the metadata. We've talked in this course, by the time they complete the project, about things like coordinate systems and projections. So I want them to be familiar with that, to understand what they're looking at. They also have to use the GNSS. Again, I've talked about GPS and other systems already. It's important for them to, be familiar using something more than just a GPS on their phone. They will also have constructed and used attribute data, which will be very important for later in the course when we start really focusing on vector data. And then they will also be familiar with the idea of all the different ways that we can export data that has been geolocated and use it in different ways, and then describe those different data forms. I then want them to use the geographic data to visualize the field data on Google Earth, and also, of course, just to understand how it's produced using CSVs and how that can be viewed on basic spreadsheet software. So here are some examples. And I just have a couple of shots here from one student. This shows the metadata being collected and then just a little snippet of the discussion that she made of the metadata here. This is a screenshot of her attributes and of the forms that she created. Again, it's here so I can evaluate it, but it's also being done and in the report so that students can really reflect on what worked and what didn't, and begin to really understand how all those attribute data are collected. And then here is a screenshot that shows how at least some of the data looked on Google Earth, as well as a screenshot from the CSV file below. Now, students complete this project, but hopefully they're not done, and I'm working very hard right now on extending how Avenza Pro will be used. During the summer, all of our students are required to take internships at some point in their career. And so I'm trying to encourage students to use Avenza Pro in their internship when they are out collecting data in the field, which a large percentage of our students end up in Alaska doing field data collection. It's also starting to be used in different types of directed studies courses and also in other courses related to our program. And by way of an example of this, I have one student who extended work with Avenza Pro to a number of different classes as he produced this big report on the problems of European bird cherry, an invasive species in Alaska and in Anchorage in particular that is spreading all over waterways. And this included an upper division GIS class on spatial data management where he used Avenza Pro to collect data that he then eventually used in the construction of a database. So here are just a couple of examples of this student's work. This is the report that he produced, just part of the report that he produced, as well as one of the maps that he produced for some of the transects that he completed. Now, he completed transects in 3 different geographic locations and then ultimately made maps of those, all of which were included in the report. So in conclusion, I find Avenza Pro to be really useful for introducing students to mobile data collection, which is something they don't get in a normal GIS class, but then they get to really understand how it can be used seamlessly in a GIS environment. And I like to use it again because it's simple, it's intuitive. You don't have to have a lot of expert knowledge to create it and to collect data. And then once you are using it, you know, the data is super easy to download and use, and then ultimately import into a GIS system as well. Students can very quickly build forms, they can collect data, and then they can use those data easily. I've also found, this is sort of, I guess, ancillary, but it's really easy for me to build maps for them if they want to collect data in some part of the city or a surrounding area that there aren't a lot of good maps for. I can very easily create one for them, and then they can very easily put it on their phone in Avenza app, and then go out and collect their data. So I want to continue my work with Avenza Pro and plan to continue to use it in this course. But my current plan for extension of using Avenza Pro and Avenza products generally in this course is to change up some of the assignments that we're doing right now and actually have students collect data in local parks. Anchorage has a really extensive system of local parks, including one of the best cross-country ski trail systems in the United States. I want to get students not only collecting data on Avenza Pro, but then also making basic trail maps of parks using MAPublisher. And my hope is that next year I'm going to be able to nurture some relationships that I have with organizations like the Alaska Parks Foundation, some elementary schools, an organization called the Anchorage Waterways Council that does things like stream cleanup. And I'm going to get students building maps using data they collected on Avenza Pro on MAPublisher, so that those maps can then be uploaded to the Avenza Map stores, and then volunteers or people wanting to explore local trails will be able to easily use this on Avenza Maps. And I've actually created just a couple of my own maps using MAPublisher for the Map Store. I'm pretty certain that we'll be able to get students up to speed to be able to do this. It's been very fun exploring the use of MAPublisher, and I hope to be able to link some of the cartographic elements of what I do in class more fully to Avenza products. So thanks all for listening, and if you have any questions whatsoever, please feel free to send me an email. I am happy to answer them and hope to learn a lot from you during this user day as well. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Dorn. That was very good. Thank you for your the presentation. Now we'll have a Q&A period with you. Hopefully you're able to join in. Dorn, can you hear me? I think he's trying to log in. There's been a few questions that came in for Dorn, and hopefully he'll be able to join us. If not, we'll definitely make sure that these questions are answered.
Any chance?
Dorn? I hear you, I think.
You can hear me? Okay. Okay,
there
we go. It kept bumping me out. I'm sorry about that.
No worries. Apologies if it was from our side.
2020 problems.
Yeah, right. Thank you so much for putting that together. I do really appreciate it, and the team here at Avenza. So a few questions have come in, and hopefully you'll be able to answer them. How long have you been using Avenza Maps app in your course?
As I described in the video, I think I've only used it for 3 different courses now. And so I think it's only been 18 months. So I'm a relative newbie at this.
Yeah, you are. And it's great that you're using it and you picked it up quite quickly.
Yeah, and I should note that I've used Avenza Maps fairly extensively before that because of my work with orienteering mapping. Okay. We use it in our local club to field check routes that we're setting and the maps that we produce as well.
Okay, good. And what are some of the most interesting projects that students have been coming up with for their research or studies?
Yeah, well, I think that the ones that have used Avenza Pro the most have dealt with various invasive species, which I have stressed in the course that I teach because of the links to the field methods class and also a conservation biology class that we teach as well. And so a number of students have really jumped on that and done a lot of work in collecting their own data and sharing that data as well with the Alaska Center for Conservation Science. So I'd say right now, those are the most exciting things that have taken place.
Yeah, for sure. And what are some of the benefits of teaching with Avenza Maps?
Well, again, it's very intuitive. I think Avenza Pro is something that students can jump right into. And then once they have it and get familiar with it, they can figure out their own applications. So many of our students are hikers and skiers and mountaineers and doing all sorts of different things. Their exposure to Avenza Pro through the course sort of piques their interest in the other things that Avenza can do. And so they're lots of great links between the personal and the more traditional scholastic things that are done here in Alaska.
Yeah, that's great. I know that you and I have been talking the last couple of months, so it's pretty exciting what you're doing and how the course is coming up. So, I do want to continue this conversation with the university and making sure that students are using the most out of Avenza Maps, and also any other products that we have, the desktop products as well. So, once again, thank you for the presentation. And for your time. It's greatly appreciated. And if there's any other questions that come in, I'll make sure to pass them on to you, Dorn, and we'll follow up. Okay?
Yeah, that's great, Patricia. Thanks, and thanks for all the help that everyone at Avenza has been giving me. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
All right, bye.
So that was Dorn, a very great presentation, so thanks once again. Next, I would like to introduce everybody to Jeremy Apgar. He has been a cartographer for the New York, New Jersey Trail Conference for 13 plus years, creating maps to assist with all aspects of building, maintaining, and educating people about trails and the protected lands they traverse. He aims to produce trail maps that are specific in design, yet are detailed, accurate, and attractive. Prior to joining the Trail Conference, Jeremy received his master's degree in Earth and Environmental Science from Lehigh University, with research focused on developing methods of monitoring snowmelt and climate change in the subarctic using GIS, remote sensing imagery, and fieldwork in the Yukon Territory, Canada.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Apgar, and I'm the cartographer here at the New York, New Jersey Trail Conference. I've been making maps here for nearly 14 years, producing published trail maps, maps for trail building and land conservation efforts, and many other kinds of maps for our organization. Today I'd like to talk about trail map design and highlight some of the ways that MAPublisher and Avenza Maps have played a huge role in our ability to create and distribute maps. So let's get into trail map design. First, I'd like to provide some background about our organization and our long trail map history. Next, I'll discuss some of the important design considerations for trail maps and how we use MAPublisher to produce the maps. And then we'll finish up with a quick look at how we've been able to get more than 250,000 trail maps out to trail users using the Avenza Maps app. So the New York, New Jersey Trail Conference is a volunteer-powered nonprofit organization caring for public lands and trails. Our passion is helping people responsibly enjoy the benefits of being outdoors, and we were founded in 1920, so we are officially 100 years old. For decades, trail users have relied on our trail maps to help them navigate on and off the trails. Our trail map story really starts more than 80 years ago. From the mid-1930s to 1970, a fellow named Bill Hefferlin was the primary map maker for the hiking community in the New York metropolitan area. And he was also involved with the Trail Conference in numerous ways. Bill produced 11 by 17 black and white prints that sold for 10 to 25 cents, and they were remarkably detailed for the time. This is an example of a 1936 map of the Catskills here in New York, here revised in 1939. The Trail Conference took up the baton of quality trail mapping after Bill's death in 1970. By the 1980s, our map design took on a simplistic, trail-focused map style, as represented by this section of our 1985 Catskills map. These maps showed trails as red solid lines and included USGS-derived elevation contours. And by 2000, with the help of Avenza MAPublisher, we began producing our maps entirely digitally, which has led us to our current map style. This is one of our more recent maps, our 2018 Catskill map, which is representative of most of our published trail maps. The maps are basically 5 colors with a simple topographic background of 50 or 20-foot contour lines. They include trail mileage numbers and points of interest, and maps are printed on thick Tyvek that is waterproof and tear-resistant, and we've been printing on this for more than 40 years. Today, our maps are available in print format on this Tyvek material, as well as digitally on mobile devices through the Avenza Maps app. So here are some neat map statistics that sum up our trail map history. During my time as cartographer, I've overseen more than 40 map printings. It's important to recognize also that we have a dedicated and skilled team of publications volunteers who have always been a crucial component of our trail mapping efforts. Without these awesome volunteers, including field checkers, project managers, and editors, our trail maps today would not have been possible. So moving into trail map design, it's important to evaluate all design components with the key qualities of ease of use, accuracy, and attractiveness. Some of these qualities apply to maps in general, but trail map creation requires some special considerations. First, user safety is a top concern. A trail map should be easy to understand by as many users as possible, especially users who may need the most help navigating the trails. Another key quality of a trail map is ensuring it is accurate, especially regarding trail routes and other components related to accessing and using the trails. And finally, trail maps should be visually attractive, to both draw in a potential user's attention and also keep their attention during use. Now, good can be subjective, but certain design choices can impact the quality of a trail map and the ability to properly address the items from the previous slide. Some of these best practices may not apply in all circumstances, especially with location or cultural differences, but I've tried to be as inclusive of different map purposes and audiences as possible. And these design choices are most geared toward cartographers who do not have much trail mapping experience. For those of you with a lot of experience and finely tuned workflows, I'm not aiming to change minds or claim you're doing it wrong if you use a different design choice. And an important lesson that I've learned is that you must be open to constructive criticism. It is natural to defend your work, but criticism can either help you develop strong reasoning for your choices, or help you recognize your design choice may not have been the best choice. If you don't agree with something in this presentation, please let me know. Please reach out and let me know. Now, before getting into design, it's important to answer the question, who will the map serve? This can be a complicated question to answer, especially for trail maps, as there can be many different levels of users. Beyond the primary user group, consider the full spectrum of potential end users, and which groups may make up the largest percentage of use. It is also useful to recognize any major constraints, including the amount of time available, the software available to produce the map from start to finish, and the breakdown of available data versus data that may need to be collected. So let's talk a little about trail map design. This here is a map I made of a place called Blue Lake Park. What do y'all think? If I could see it right now, I'm sure I'd see some questionable looks and perhaps get some laughs. But I created this trail map to intentionally have as many poor design choices as possible. Maps often have a mix of good and bad design elements, although I would guess that fellow map makers here would skew more toward the good end. If you've never tried it, intentionally making a fictional bad map is a great exercise. But I wanted to show this map because I often do see trail maps that have some or several of these design elements. With a trained eye, you can often easily spot trail maps that have come straight out of a typical GIS software package. And while there have been many advances in design options for these kinds of software, I've found they really don't reach the level of map design possible with the combination of Avenza's MAPublisher and Adobe Illustrator. Here's a revised version of this map that takes care of some issues with the previous map, but from the trail perspective, the design choices are still not optimal for users. And lastly, here is a version of this map that I created using MAPublisher that is generally representative of our usual map style. As I mentioned previously, we started using MAPublisher more than 20 years ago. When a new large park was preserved around the year 2000, one of our longtime volunteers, Herb Chong, wanted to explore digital map creation. He found that the regular GIS map outputs severely lacking from the design perspective. And with MAPublisher, he discovered a solution that allowed our digitally produced maps to have a similar design to our existing maps. Since then, we've refined our style sheet, and the features of MAPublisher have been a crucial part of these efforts for the past 20 plus years. For most maps today, our workflow involves initial data organization within ArcGIS, followed by map creation in Illustrator with MAPublisher. So with this map here, you can see some of the trail map design choices we've focused on, and I'll go through a few of the primary choices now. So, realism describes a style of map that uses a combination of shaded relief, land cover classes, and potentially 3D oblique viewing angles to present a more realistic looking landscape. When done carefully, this style can be very attractive and useful, but it can be very time intensive to do correctly. I've seen some great examples of trail maps that use this style, including by some other presenters and attendees here, so this is certainly not a knock on that style when done really well. For use out on the trail, some users find this style to be more helpful, while some find it to be less helpful. If not designed properly, especially when shaded relief and contours are combined poorly, novice users can be negatively impacted by a busy background, and experienced users can also be negatively impacted by being unable to easily refer to contour lines. On the other hand, a simple topographic design uses only faint contours to show the terrain and generally has a cleaner map background. This style can be very attractive as well, in part due to its simplicity. For use out on the trails, the simple design is often easier for more users to read and understand. It seems to be a common misconception that contour lines are for experienced users, while shaded relief is better for novice users. In my experience, both can be equally difficult to interpret for many novice users, so our approach is to allow the elevation information to be visible enough to benefit those who can interpret it, but not too prominent as to confuse those who cannot interpret it. Visual hierarchy refers to the way map elements are designed to be most effective for their intended use. For trail maps, the trail should be the first thing a user notices. If a trail map's background or other elements overpower the trail lines, then the map can be more difficult to use. A user's eyes should be drawn first to the trail network, followed by other elements. Prominent visual hierarchy can be established with high contrast colors, thick line widths, solid line styles, and special symbols. In this map example, the trail network of thick red lines pops out of the map. A common line style for trail lines is using a dashed line, but this often pushes the trails down in the visual hierarchy. The more complex a color palette, the more likely it is that certain colors will clash, or certain colors may be too similar to other colors. The example map has a complex color palette of more than 30 different color shades. There is also no clear association of color with any specific type of information, and while there are some light colors, the map has an overall dark tone. This simpler design map has a very limited color palette of only 7 different colors. There's a clear association of color with specific types of information, where red is trail related, blue is water related, and brown is topography related. And the map has an inviting, bright tone. In our region, most of our parks have trail systems where trails are marked by different colored blazes. For our maps, we've found that using a single color for trails, regardless of their on-the-ground blaze color, can have many advantages. Trail conference maps use red for the color of trail lines fairly consistently, with blaze colors indicated on the trails with symbols. Using the color of the blaze color for the trail line is a common design choice. For some users, this style may be preferred, but for even more users, this style can negatively impact ease of use. It is often suggested that this style is easier for novice users, but this is likely only true for a small percentage of novice users, and ignores some of the reasons why this trail line style can be less helpful. On the next slide, I'll go over a couple specific negative impacts of this line style choice. So the primary reason why we suggest not using the blaze color for the line color is because of vision issues. Up to 8% of men, primarily of North European descent, may have some form of color blindness. The map here is a simulated example of how the map may look to someone with red-green color blindness. In addition, over 90% of people over the age of 65 have a cataract, which can produce faded or washed out colors. A consistent trail line color and consistent blaze color symbol provide easy reference for all users. For a map using the blaze color for the line color, vision issues can make the map very difficult or even impossible to use. For maps with no additional blaze color information aside from the color of the line, the map is entirely unusable by these users. I've touched on this on some of the last slides, but it's best to include blaze color information directly on the trails, in a way that can be easily identified by users under various conditions. We have used these oval symbols as our primary blaze color symbols from the very beginning, For maps like this example that don't write the blaze color anywhere on the map, it can be difficult to use based on the reasons just mentioned. Some maps may write out the color of the trail in the legend, and while this is better than not including the blaze color text at all, minimizing the need for a user to move back and forth between the map and the legend is certainly best. Beyond these broader style choices, there are many smaller details that are important to consider. A map user is putting their trust in a map to help guide them. Every flaw or mistake they notice decreases their trust in a map, and with enough flaws, they might lose confidence in a map entirely. Some detail-oriented things to think about are how to show co-aligned trails, ensuring roads are clear and double-checked for accuracy, simplifying overly detailed features for the map scale, including points of interest that would be useful for users, using style templates and carefully placing symbols and labels, double-checking spelling, and certainly having a regular update strategy. And yes, I did intentionally misspell spelling there. Spelling errors are perhaps the quickest way for someone to lose trust in a map, so get at least a second pair of eyes on your maps to check for spelling. So I wanted to focus this session on the design aspects of trail maps, but it's important to remember that a great trail map is only serving its purpose if it can be seen and used by the people using the trails. Back in 2011, when we learned about the new PDF Maps app, we thought it was a perfect opportunity to go beyond our printed-on Tyvek maps and provide a digital solution that so many of our users had been asking for. While there were various options, most involved placing trail lines on existing base maps from other providers, but Avenza's offering allowed our own maps to serve as the base map. After getting all our ducks in a row, we became a map vendor in the spring of 2012. And since then, we've seen usage of these app maps increase, even in the face of strong competition from other options. Through the years, we've used a variety of methods for promoting the app maps. On our website in combination with print maps, at trailheads using QR code signage, along the trail with business card handouts, using a strategy of both free and for sale maps, through our members by encouraging them to be vocal map advocates and recommending Avenza Maps to friends and within social media hiking or trail groups, through our park partners by providing them with signage and information they can use to recommend to park visitors, and as regular features in our email and print newsletters to highlight the latest app features and newest map updates. With the onset of the pandemic 1 year ago, once initially closed parks reopened, we saw our Avenza Maps scales skyrocket. As many people sought out nature therapy, they discovered our maps in record numbers, as our sales more than doubled last year compared to the previous year. And so far this year, we've seen similar trends, even during a traditionally slow time of year. And while our primary user group is the public out on the trails, we also use the features of Avenza Maps to accomplish much of our own organization's work. From invasive species surveying to trail relocation scouting to detailed trail conditions reporting, our staff and volunteers have found many ways to use these enhanced app maps as part of their everyday work. We've also been able to produce maps that are only available in digital format. One of our most popular maps in print form is our Catskills map set, which includes 6 separate maps. For use on Avenza Maps, where we don't have printing limitations, we produced a single map that combined those 6 section maps and even included an expanded coverage area. And to bring this session full circle with our long map history, we've been lucky enough to continue to see very strong sales of our print maps, with record sales on our website all through the past year. So we're glad to see so many people recognize the value of having a print map as part of proper preparation out on the trail. But as more and more people look to other resources for their trail information, being able to provide options like app maps through Avenza Maps will continue to be important as we seek to reach as many people out on the trails as possible. So thanks to Avenza for being at the forefront of outstanding map making and distribution resources. If you'd like to learn more about how we make our maps, or additional trail map design considerations, you can find some of my recorded webinars in the Trail Conference's online learning library at the website shown here, or feel free to reach out to me through my email anytime. Thank you for joining me here today, and I hope you learned something new about trail maps.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. That was a great presentation. I do agree. I've been, because of the pandemic, me and my family and I, we've been going out using the app, going for a lot of hikes, downloading new maps of neighborhoods, checking out different parks within my neighborhood. And it's true. I can totally see how people have gone to the digital form and trying to download maps of their communities or hikes and continue forward. So hopefully you're able to join us for our Q&A period. Hi, Jeremy.
Hello.
Nice to virtually see you.
Absolutely.
Thanks once again. I was just saying, I totally agree with your comments in your presentation on, how there's been a lot of jump in people downloading maps now and going out and doing a lot of hikes because of COVID, because you can't really travel besides staying within your community. So very, very true fact.
Yeah.
So thanks for the presentation. There's been a couple of questions that have come in. Hopefully you'll be able to answer them. How does the move from paper to a phone screen impact the design choices?
Sure. One thing we've thought about is with the ability to zoom in and manipulate things on the phone that you can't really do with the physical map. We've taken a look at how scale can impact some of our design choices. If we wanted to, for some of our digital only maps, include some additional details that at the print size might not really come out too well, we can incorporate those so that when we're designing them on the digital side of things, people can zoom in and see some additional detail that might not have worked so well at the print with the print limitations. So yeah, that's one thing that we consider.
Oh, good. And are your geospatial PDFs only available via Avenza Map Store, or can one download it from, let's say, your website?
Sure. Right now we've got just availability for the geospatial PDFs through the Avenza Map Store, and then on our website are just the print maps available for ordering and shipping and that sort of thing. So that's our primary distribution points for digital and print through Avenza Maps and our website.
Perfect. And how many members does Trails Conference have? And what are some of the events or gatherings you organize to educate your community with the maps?
Sure. So we're active in I forget the latest numbers, but 150, 175 different parks in the New York, New Jersey area, and we're really a group of more than 1,000 volunteers, 10,000 members, and we're sort of a large friends group to multiple parks in the area. So we're constantly doing things. We have volunteers maintaining trails. We have our stewardship team doing invasive species management, building trails, mapping trails. So yeah, it's pretty much anything in the New York, New Jersey area we're involved with on the trails.
And how often does the Trail Conference updates the maps?
Yeah, so our update strategy is to try to update maps on a 2 to 3 year rolling cycle. In our area, we found that that's about the time frame where there have been enough changes to warrant a new map, but it's not too far along that we're missing or have errors on the map for any significant time. There have been a number of recent decisions by park managers to do some sort of system-wide trail reblazing and naming efforts, and we try to work in coordination with our managers to make sure that we can time our map updates with when these large system-wide changes occur. So, yeah.
Okay, great. And one last question that came in. What challenges do you face when ground truthing maps that you also design?
Let's see. So yeah, I think I try to make for me personally, try to take as many perspectives outside of my own as I can. But one big help there is that I'm the cartographer, but I work with a team of volunteers who are out doing most of the field checking themselves. So we're able to bring in a number of different perspectives and a bunch of different eyes to really do that sort of ground truthing, field checking, and check to make sure that what's on the map exists. So it's really a team of us that works together to get that together.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for your hard work in the presentation, and very informative. I do appreciate your time. Everyone here at Avenza does, and obviously all of our attendees. So thank you for joining us for this Q&A. If there are any other questions for Jeremy, please, populate the Q&A section of the chat. We will make sure that he gets those questions and he will follow up with you. And yeah, so thank you, Jeremy, and
Thanks,
hopefully
Patricia.
you can enjoy the rest of the show.
Absolutely. Thanks all. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone, it's time for a break. So, go and get some coffee, tea, water, or stretch it out. And we will be back at 3:20 Eastern Time for our part 4 of Avenza UC session.
Hey, everyone. Welcome back from the break. We're into the last leg of our user conference, and I hope everyone has enjoyed all the talks so far. They've been really good, really interesting, and I'm glad all those users were able to come on board and speak to all of you today. Please remember to use the Q&A button to enter your questions for the upcoming presenters, and of course, remember to use hashtag AvenzaUC 2021 if you're on social media today. In the session, we have some great content for you. We're going to have an Avenza Maps product update by Ilya Savelyev, the challenge of finding the right map with Christian Baudchon. The client said we have just a few edits with Steve Spindler, and creating visuals beyond maps with the Astute Graphics plugins by Dave Clayton. Up next, we're really excited to show everyone that what we've been working on directly from the Avenza Maps product team. They've been working extremely hard on the new generation of Avenza Maps app and the highly anticipated update of the Avenza Maps store as well. It's a work in progress, and I've had the pleasure of seeing what they're working on, and I'm really excited to show you what's coming up. So let's get into it.
Hello, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed your experience so far. Now we're going to have a peek behind the curtain and see what is happening to Avenza Maps and what you can expect from the app in not too distant future. This is Avenza Maps product team. Some of you may have already seen us in the third episode of Star Wars, but I would like to take a moment and have a proper introduction. My name is Ilya. I'm a product lead of Avenza Maps.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tristan Little, and I am a senior product manager for Avenza Maps.
Hey everybody, I'm Alex, and I'm an associate product manager with the Avenza Maps team.
As a company, Avenza Systems shares a common love for maps. Our mission is to empower you with all the tools to create, share, and use maps. So the goal of our team is to further improve that experience and produce the best mobile mapping experience.
Avenza Maps started as a simple map viewer with the more modest goal of allowing hikers to take park maps with them offline. We watched it grow organically to be relied upon by not only recreationalists, but also by professionals. And as a result, our goals had to grow as well, to empower these many different users with the tools they need to not only have fun, but also to be productive and above all, stay safe.
Accomplishing this goal requires the help of all of you. We want to know exactly how you use Avenza Maps, what you like about the app, and even more importantly, what you don't. Towards the end of our talk, we'll provide a link to a survey form where we encourage you to share your thoughts on what you learned here today and any other feedback you may have about Avenza Maps. The more we know about your needs, the better of a job we can do to address them.
Despite all the obstacles introduced by the pandemic, our team continues to grow. I myself is the best example of that growth and investment into the future success of Avenza Maps. I joined the company last year, and since then, we created a new dedicated product group to focus on Avenza Maps. We've also added professional designers to work on user experience and significantly increase our engineering capacity. But we don't stop here. We keep adding new resources to our team because we see that the app's relevance only increased within the last year, and we have a lot of room to grow.
I've been with Avenza Systems for nearly 10 years. I started as a support tech, moved along to QA before moving to an Avenza Maps focused position. Avenza Maps was just released when I started and was called PDF Maps. Avenza was still a small dozen or so employee company situated in a small office in uptown Toronto. Since then, we have grown roughly 4 times the size, have our own building and another satellite office in downtown Toronto. Though recent developments have meant we have branched out to roughly 40 or so home offices all over the globe. The most impressive part of this growth is how much of it is recent. In the last year, we have added 50 new faces to our team alone, not including growth in other overlapping teams like the Map Store, business development, or sales, which have all also grown in numbers. This is all to keep up with that goal we mentioned earlier, which is to empower you with the best mobile mapping experience.
I joined the company and had my start with the quality assurance team nearly 3 years ago, where I was testing and reviewing Avenza Maps and its web counterparts on a near daily basis. Over this time, I've seen how far the app has progressed. The app has outgrown its initial purpose of delivering a map viewer experience with some location tools, so we've had to adapt and change the way we approach Avenza Maps. This is what we in the product team are doing, and we want to give you some insight into this new approach.
After joining the team, I spent a significant amount of time reviewing the app, learning about users and current problems. One of the things that was obvious to me is that the app needed a significant revamp. New features were hard to place within the current navigation structure, and some tools were not as easily accessible and intuitive as they could be. The app had to be reimagined.
Yeah, I remember testing tool updates along with new functionality when working in QA. I recall how we faced challenges with effective access points for these updates. These changes could be difficult to find or notice if you didn't know where to look.
With that said, we're excited to share with you our plans for New Horizons, our next generation of Avenza Maps. We took a step back and thought about what the app stands for. What do we represent as a product? This set us in the path of the rebrand, changing colors, logo, font, and overall look and feel. But we're not going to stop here. This is just the first step towards New Horizons and the future improvements. We'll also take a more strategic approach to feature requests and improvements and shift our focus towards most relevant and important aspects of the app.
It may not seem like there is a direct relationship between a new logo and some of the features that we will discuss, but when you look at this through the lens of providing a more cohesive and enjoyable experience, you can see that if you like the overall look and feel of the app you use, the more likely you are to explore it and find other features. Similarly, if we do a good enough job, these tools and features will be intuitive and easy to use.
Here's the Avenza Maps logo as you know it today. And here is the new look of Avenza Maps logo. But more importantly, we want to talk about the new and exciting features for 2021.
A common piece of feedback we hear is from users who build up large amounts of data. This could be either maps, photos, and tracks from hikers or imported maps and collected data from our professional user contingent. The first time I realized just how prevalent Avenza Maps was in the day-to-day activities of some of our users was when someone emailed me in support and asked how to get their maps back after they dropped their phone on some rocks. The standard solution was to have them log in and re-download all their Map Store maps. That's when they shared that they had a couple hundred maps, complete collected data for work as well. We didn't have a good solution for this user. All the maps had to be downloaded or re-imported individually, and as for the data, they just had to track down an old phone backup and re-import what was backed up to the cloud.
This frustration was far from an isolated case. In fact, in my discussions with our support team, app data backups are at the top of our feedback list for both recreation and professional users. This is why we're building a better universal solution. Very soon, you'll be able to save all your Map Store maps, your imported maps, your gathered data, and even your customized app settings together in a single file package to restore lost data. This can also be used to set up fleets of work devices or when transferring data from an old device to a new one, including between Android and iOS. Your backups can be stored on the cloud, so if you use Dropbox or Google Drive, for example, you could upload your backup file. Then on your new device, you can download the backup and pick up where you left off. You may have noticed in this demo how different the UI looks between what we have now and what it will look like. Visual updates like this will be everywhere throughout the app.
The new UI will permeate the rest of the app, starting with how users first experience Avenza Maps the moment they open it. It's all centered around more effectively using and managing maps. To help streamline this process, we have completely rewritten and redesigned the backbone of Avenza Maps, our map viewer. We want intuition to drive feature discoverability. This also means fewer differences between platforms, resulting in a more cohesive experience without the confusion that can come about when you have two team members using iOS and Android. Your account will also see improvements, which will be a stepping stone to even bigger changes down the road. For starters, we are adding a profile button to the toolbar for easy access to all of your user details. And this profile button teases at even more prevalent changes behind the scenes in Avenza Maps. When we first released PDF maps, there was no need to log in, but as the app grew, there became purchases and subscriptions to manage. It's no surprise that another common pain point that has been relayed to us is being able to manage data and user information from multiple sources like the Map Store, imported data, Pro and Plus subscriptions, etc. So your Avenza account will be a single sign-on solution to help manage all these aspects.
And that brings us to the new map viewer. Some frequent feedback we've had with the current iteration of Avenza Maps is that it can be difficult to find the buttons and tools needed when working out in the field. Admittedly, when I first began here at the company, I found that there was a bit of a learning curve in understanding the layout for controls and tools. Looking at our updated map viewer, one of the first things we notice is how more screen space is reserved for the map itself. Location information, including the compass and coordinate readout, is at the top of the screen in an easier to read fashion. Controls for location services, accessing tools, managing data layers, and adding place marks are all along the right side of the screen for improved visibility. Along the bottom of the map view is the tab bar. This tab bar has also been updated, where the My Maps tab is effectively being reworked into the Layers component within the map viewer. The Library tab button will house your data management controls for both maps and layers. The Profile button, as Tristan mentioned, will provide efficient access to managing both store details and subscription information. Base maps are pretty much standard issue with mapping apps now. The value of not having a boundary on your map is clear. It means you won't have to worry about going off your map extents and unable to safely continue on your journey. We'll also be including various base map types for increased utility and contextual information. Authoritative topographic maps, Forest Service MVUMs, park maps, and more mean that there will be base maps for numerous uses. Furthermore, you'll be able to add base layers over top your base maps. This can be done for extra information such as weather or active fire events. So if you're new to Avenza Maps, you'll be able to install the app and immediately get started working with tools and services on a base map. That being said, we know that importing custom maps is of major importance, so that isn't going anywhere.
Our planned updates to the map viewer will still be compatible with maps that you import or download from the store. We see the addition of base maps and base layers as an extra support structure to what already makes Avenza Maps a powerful component of your field toolkit. We want the custom maps you're familiar with and rely on to play well with whichever base maps you want to use.
And playing well also means staying true to another important feature of Avenza Maps, one which we have always prided ourselves on delivering: offline usage. Those familiar with base maps may have already thought to themselves, hey, but base maps require a network connection. And this is true when initially loading the map, but you'll be able to take a snapshot of your base map and base layer data with you before heading offline. So in addition to making it easier to pick up Avenza Maps and starting your task or activity immediately, if you're short on time and missing a local map of your area, you can simply open the map viewer to a base map and get started right away.
And finally, we recognize that data collection is a primary function, especially for our professional users. Having more customizable control in this process, as well as ways to effectively gather higher accuracy data, could better align Avenza Maps with your workflows. The infrastructure updates we're showing you today lay the groundwork for us to redesign those data collection elements. And we're just getting started. In addition to everything we've shown you, we're also planning features for data synchronization, a revamped Map Store experience, improved controls for data attribute customization, data collection, and expanding the list of supported peripherals.
Like we said off the top, user feedback drives the changes we incorporate into Avenza Maps. We would like for you to tell us what you think about the upcoming changes we've shared so far. If you have a few minutes, you can use the camera app on your phone to scan this QR code and fill out a short survey to share your thoughts.
We would also love to interact with you more directly. If you'd be interested in talking with us to help us guide and test future changes to Avenza Maps, let us know in the survey and we can include you in future test programs.
We want to thank you for taking the time to join us today and hope that you share our excitement with the new features that we're working on to deliver this year.
Next up, we have Christian Baudchon, who's the general manager of the Avenza Maps Store, Christian has been an e-commerce entrepreneur for more than 20 years. He formed his first web agency in France in 1997 and received an entrepreneurial award the year after. His extensive experience in creating and leading an online map store has contributed greatly to his current role, where he focuses on maintaining relationships with map publishers, building the digital map catalog, and optimizing the e-commerce user experience. He also loves traveling and recently went on a 14-month-long journey of South America in a camper van with his family, where he put his mapping skills to practical usage. So let's get into Christian's video here.
Hi everyone, I'm Christian Baudchon. I'm the manager of the Map Store department at Avenza, which is in charge of Avenza's map catalog, of the vendor platform, and of the e-commerce user journey. So today we'll discuss about finding the right map. I'll explain our context, what kind of challenge we're facing, and why we should address it. First thing we'll discuss, of course, is then we have a quick look at what our team is working on, a brand new online map store experience. Then we'll see how does the content we add around the maps actually help to discover these maps in our catalog. We're talking about title, description, publication date. We'll see how we can create even more relevant content around existing maps, even without modifying them. And last but not least, we'll unveil how a new categorization system will impact the search and the global user experience. So the context of Avenza is that we have over 1 million digital maps available in the Map Store, and this number is growing every day. We have paid maps, we have free maps, we have thousands of vendors. Some vendors sell one specific map specialized for one location, hiking trail or local park, and some publishers use our platform to sell a whole range of maps, sometimes thousands. These maps are meant to be used for a lot of different kind of activities, and there's also a lot of different map types. So Avenza's answer was to create a whole ecosystem, which of course includes the famous publishing tools. We also have the mobile app, Avenza Maps, that is able to address the needs of professional users as well as recreational users. We have a digital map store that is available both in Avenza Maps app and online with avenzamaps.com. And of course, last but not least, we have created a portal that enables the vendors and the publishers to upload their maps, submit them in our store, and manage their sales. Now, with this context, of having so many products coming from all over the world for different purposes and intents, different sources, let's have a quick look at Avenza's current solution and search engine. Our current search is designed to offer, at the same time, many search options and a visual experience. For example, searching for the Yellowstone National Park, we use many times this one today, and hitting search, we show quite quickly a list of maps. By clicking this other search, you'll notice that we are also suggesting a location based on existing points of interest and countries. And that also some filtering options are available, including a long list of map types and different hues. But you may have heard of this company, right? Over the years, they have completely changed the way we search for something on the web and on websites. And as you add content to your query, you expect to get more and more results. So if I do again this Yellowstone research, I'll get a refined list of items that will ultimately lead me to what I'm looking for. And what is even noticeable now is that we don't pay attention to it. We see here what most of our users expect, recreational or professional users. Type a couple of words, get suggestions and results almost instantly. You'll find online a lot of statistics and studies about how important it is to have a good ranking in search engines such as Google and Bing. And that is very important indeed, and we are addressing this. But the importance of on-site search that happens on the online store itself is often overlooked. So here's one interesting finding from the famous website Moz.com. Companies that have an average overall e-commerce conversion rate of 2.8%, when they add a search engine, an on-site search, and that users can find the products they are looking for, this conversion rate almost doubles. That's a huge improvement. So now the question our team tried to answer is, how can we translate this on the Avenza Maps Store? So first, let's have a look at what will soon be Avenza's answer to this. Here's what this new experience looks like. The guiding thread of this new store is about user experience, responsiveness, clarity, relevance. What we found out is that it's difficult for our users to find a map that matches both a location and an activity. You wouldn't necessarily expect the same map to help you go hiking or fishing or off-roading, for example. So here we go. Here's a quick search. This one will be accessible from every page on our new store. As you can see, you'll get results as you type, not only suggestions of possible new queries, but actual maps you can access to directly. And you'll see, of course, location suggestions, but you also notice these newly curated collections of maps. These new pages will group maps per location or location and activity. Our users will be able to filter on the page the content, or even narrow down the map list with what they are looking for. Here we go. Of course, it's always possible to access to the advanced search engine and the super handy Maps Nearby feature. Changing the location will update instantly the list of maps and their position on the dynamic map. From there, map details will be accessible, including a large view of the map, of the area, covered by the map. However, having a fast and friendly UI is not all. We have now to be sure that the results are relevant. Let's talk briefly about the content and what we kind of text and content we can add to each map. Let's talk briefly about the content. Avenza offers the possibility to add a lot of content to each map: title, detailed description, language, country, publication date, which is, by the way, a very important ranking and quality criteria, and so on. The more relevant data is entered when the map is added to our store, the more chances it gets to be ranked properly. And why? Because all this content will be analyzed and will contribute to the relevance of the ranking scores. As you can see here, the new search platform we are building offers a lot of options to help us filter the right results based on one side, the query the user makes, and on the other side, the content we are providing to the search platform. As you can see, geographic proximity is an important one, and that's pretty obvious, but that works only when we are performing a search with GPS coordinates, which not every user does, as well as analyzing the user query in order to manage possible typos. The amount of words in the query that are matching the description of the map, attributes such as language, publication date. We want, obviously, to give to recent maps a slight edge over the older ones, etc. What we have to keep in mind is the more relevant content is added to the description, the most likely it will be discovered by the users through the search. We're now going to see why the data added when the map is created is not enough anymore. If we go back on a product page, which are always maps, obviously in our case, we get to see information that is mostly content added by Avenza or the publishers. But in a modern ecosystem experience, something is missing. And that is product reviews. That is something everyone expects to see on an online store. Product reviews and rating are everywhere. They are part of the standard process of purchasing a product on the web. I found this very interesting study from the Commerce Shop and Marketing Profs. It was done last year, but it's obviously still more relevant than ever. 85% of customers proceed to buy only after reading online reviews, and even better, 63% of customers prefer to buy from sites that have product ratings and reviews, which means the environment, having the confidence that the website is actually collecting rating and reviews is very important. So let's see what is Avenza's answer. Going back to one of our product pages. So that's this handsome Yellowstone map. And now you see that we have a new section, product reviews. You'll also see that you can choose your rating, give the number of stars you want to the product, enter your title, a short review. And a couple of seconds after, that's it. Review is submitted, and it will be shortly part of the product page. As you can see, maps that have ratings really stand out. Here's, by the way, the map we've just on top of the list, not the one that we have just rated. So we are really proud to offer this new feature, especially for the publishers who have chosen our platform. That's a direct link between them and the end users. Also, it's worth mentioning that review requests will be automatically sent to our customers by email. And most importantly, because we don't want spam content, right? Most importantly, reviews will be curated both by the review platform and the Avenza team. Reviews will be validated only if they are made by customers that have actually purchased the reviewed map. And the reviews will also be confirmed by the user themselves when they will be submitted directly on the website. What we want here is actual and relevant content that not only will help the publishers to get feedback and the end users. Thanks to all the maps available on our store, we can camp with Avenza Map, hike, go biking, go off-roading, ski, go fishing. You get it. All those activities are meant to be done somewhere. How can Avenza and the vendors and the publishers help our users find the right map for their location and their activity? Well, we'll do that by adding a new categorization system in the search and discovery section that is available for the vendors when they create the map. The map type or the category, topographic, geographical map, will be a distinct field from the activity. Those we mentioned before, camping, fishing, hiking, etc. You can choose up to 5 activities per map, which is probably enough for most of the maps. Now for the users, as you can see, on the new advanced search of our digital map store, it will be now pretty straightforward to refine search results per activity. Even better, these activities are also searchable attributes, which means most of the time, users won't need to use the filters. They can input directly their activity in the search box, to get instantly relevant information. Here we are. So it's now time to conclude. New UI, new quick search, new advanced search, more options for the publishers to categorize their maps, more possibilities for users to discover the vendor's maps. We are very proud to release this whole new search and discovery experience. All that will be gradually rolled out in the coming weeks and months to all our users and partners. Any question, any comment, please feel free to reach out to me directly by email, christianb@avenza.com. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Christian. And now we can have a QA with QA period with him about the exciting features coming in. Or so Christian, enjoy. There he is. He's coming in. There we go.
Hello.
Hey, Christian, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good. Thanks for presenting that. We have a couple questions in right now, actually, quite a few. What were some of the biggest challenges you faced when creating this new site?
That's a good question. Yes, part of the challenge was the understanding what everybody wants out of a map. So I can imagine that when we started this project, we faced kind of an avalanche of feature requests, and doing the triage is actually one of the main challenges. We have to keep in mind that Avenza is one of the only companies in the world offering a platform and a whole ecosystem like this, and with that comes a lot of requests and demands from both consumers and publishers. So we've taken a lot of time to plan and work on the next version to try and improve the experience for both consumers and publishers.
There's a question around search functionality. The first one is more around multiple maps, for example, like historic topographic maps. There's a lot of maps in a particular area, but sometimes hard to see the dates between the different versions of the maps. Is there going to be any improvements around that?
There's a huge improvement around that. That's a great question, because actually we worked a lot on that. There's always a huge difference, an important difference to make between the date where the map is added to our catalog and the date where the map has actually been published. So we've worked a lot on the catalog itself to be able to be sure that all the maps have actual publication dates. And by using with the search engine, those publication dates which will be displayed along the title for every search query, and the category of the map, which could be historical, topographic, geological, and the activities, I think our users will be able to have a great experience.
That's great. And this question is actually related from Jessica. Are there plans to improve the search functionality of the Map Store within the app itself? She found that she can more easily search something on the web versus in the app.
So yes, we have planned absolutely to propagate this new experience into the app. We're going to use basically the same API, the same technology. The user experience will be, of course, different because we don't design something on the web and in the app in the same way. But yes, the experience is yes. We're gonna provide an enhanced experience as well in the app.
Great. Another question here: can I buy and print maps from the Map Store? I think this was a common request from before, but you can answer this one.
So the answer is no, you can't, because maps purchased through Avenza Maps, both in-app and on our website, are for digital consumptions within the app on the iOS and the Android devices, but that's only meant to be used within the app. However, you notice that some vendors, for some vendors, offer the possibility in our store to see an option to purchase printed maps. So if the user clicks on the link that is providing on the product page, on the map page, it will be sent out of the Avenza Maps store, and you will land on the publisher store, and then we'll be able to purchase the printed map over there. And of course, our users still always have the possibility to reach out directly to the publishers. Most of the publishers who work with us have printed versions of their maps, but yeah, that's what our maps, the maps we sell, are made for digital use only.
Great. And we have time for one more question. Have you guys ever considered to categorize maps by state or province? And I know you are working on a huge recategorization project, so maybe briefly describe that.
Yeah, we don't have one person working on that, but several people as we speak working on that. That's a huge project. We are categorizing the maps by geographic location, and that's a huge challenge. So we are using the georeferences we have in our database to be able to categorize the maps per country, per city, per county, per region. But we are also doing the same thing for all the points of interest. So I'm thinking of national parks or provincial parks, or Statue of Liberty in New York, or some specific locations. We are working on all of that. So the answer is yes, and that will be a huge improvement, and that will be part of the search experience.
Great. Can you squeeze in one more question? We have from Jacob.
Sure.
Sure. So will the updated map store support PDFs with multiple referenced frames?
That's what I need someone from my team to help me, but this person's not here right now, so I don't know.
So this is more of a technical question. So maybe Jacob, what we can do is we can take this offline and send you a more detailed answer via email. I know I've been in contact with Jacob before, so we'll definitely get in touch with you there. Anyways, thank you, Christian. That was amazing. Thank you very much, and we look forward to the new map store when it comes out. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
So next, we're going to go to watch another short about the QR code project presented by Alex, and this is coming up now.
Hey everyone, Alex from the product team here to share some tips and tricks you can use with QR codes and Avenza Maps. QR codes can be used to import custom map files, data layers, sign into Enterprise Pro subscriptions, and navigate to product pages in the Map Store. Let's get started with custom maps. Using direct download URLs, we can import maps and data to the app. From the My Maps tab, select the plus button along the top menu bar to begin our import. Select the QR code button in the upper right corner, and we're ready to scan our QR code. Congratulations! That's all we need to do. Our map will process, and then it's ready for viewing. Next up are data layers, which work in a very similar way. First, we go to the Layers tab, and we tap the same plus button to import a new layer. We're going to link our incoming layer to the map from the previous section. Now we tap to import layers, and again use the QR code button to open the camera and scan our code. And just like that, our layer processes, and when we view our previous map, our data is ready to go. Enterprise license administrators can access the subscription portal at subscription.avenza.com. And here you can generate these PDF reports, which feature a QR code to help your field team sign into their license. With one of these QR codes in hand, we simply navigate to the Settings tab, tap to enter account details, and once again, tap the QR code button. By scanning the QR code image, our username field is populated for us. Now we can finish off the form and begin working with our premium functionality. Finally, we have QR codes available for the general public to connect with published maps. Park kiosks are a great place to connect products in the Map Store with park visitors. By simply scanning one of these codes, a visitor will be directed straight to the product page in the store where they can install and view the map with 2 taps.
let the adventure begin. What's great about these codes is even if the app isn't installed, Avenza Maps will guide visitors to the App Store for installation. In the same routine, Avenza Maps will take the visitor to the product page the first time the app is launched. Thanks for tuning in and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thanks, Alex. That was a great short video. Next up, I'd like to introduce you to Steve Spindler. Steve has been using MAPublisher to design maps for planners, advocates, and for policymakers for 25 years. These maps typically show changing bike infrastructure in municipalities, states, and counties. In June 2020, while working on maps of the Erie Canal and Genesee Valley in New York, he biked with his 14-year-old daughter from Ithaca, New York to Niagara Falls and back. Steve's personal website, stevespindler.com, includes maps intended to look like they are done in pencil or pastels.
I'm Steve Spindler, and I'm going to focus a lot on the north, like New York area, a little bit in Connecticut in my talk today about using MAPublisher. And 2020 was a big year for me, I think, because data is changing. The use of OpenStreetMap data in combination with MAPublisher has been really great. I use QGIS as part of my workflow as well. And I think that the symbiosis between MAPublisher and GIS is fantastic. And I have clients who are really competent. This is a client in Ithaca, New York. My daughter and I were just starting our bicycle ride to Niagara Falls last June. And sometimes my clients will expose me to less conventional meetings. This is much better than a Zoom meeting in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. And my clients have this past year reached out and been very generous, and our meetings have, taken place at places like a lake house or over lunch. More recently, I've been making my own maps, but this is for a client, and I just made it. He said, "Don't spend much time on it," and I just did it for lunch one day. So this is bicycle ride from Owego to Ann Arbor, Michigan. But they're different kinds of maps, and this is just to kind of help him get his friends involved in the bike ride. And this trail map, they printed about 10,000 copies or 20,000 copies. I don't remember quite. I think it was 10,000 copies, and the process of making a map is often about developing a constituency, and it's not just about the end map. So this was in Manchester, Connecticut, the Charter Oak Greenway, which is part of the East Coast Greenway. And the East Coast Greenway runs from Calais, Maine to Key West, Florida. This gets back to Ithaca, and a lot of times the maps are oriented towards getting the public engaged, to familiarized with where the better streets are to bike or where they might go for fun. And then similarly, the backside of this map has suitability analysis combined with little chevrons on the map to show the hills. So I'm moving on to the edits now. And this past year, I edited or redid the maps to Cycling the Erie Canal for Parks and Trails New York. And rather than edit maps that I had done several years before, maybe like 2011, I decided I'd just start from scratch. So I mocked up a single file, Illustrator file, with going across the state of New York from Albany to Niagara Falls and Buffalo. And I did all of my framing here so that so I could just export those frames. I should have had the root on here as well, but I exported this using Google Earth, using the map export from map views. And I imported that KML export into studio.mapbox.com. And then I could, use text to label each panel and basically provide my client that I'm working with, or that I was working with, a new view of how all of these panels would fit together. And the panel locations had changed from the previous version. So starting with this before I deal with lots of data really saves time. And the question, why start from scratch? When I said I started from scratch, I was starting over. But what I was doing is building a process. And ultimately, I don't really want to start from scratch. I want to start with a template. So I might do new from template. And I've created a map template that I can use for many different kinds of maps. Or I might have these libraries with labeling, or not shown here is the scale bar. And then I can create new documents and just copy objects and queries and those kinds of things from the copy map objects from an existing file. So that saves me tons of time as well. So I love master files and I love templates. And here you can see how I placed text and basically created most of, probably 80% of the map before I exported it to individual files. And this is what an individual file would be. And if it was rotated, I had that file set up with the rotation from the start. And from here I could edit the map. Along with this, I had symbols that changed over the course of the project. So that did involve opening up 40 files or so and basically copying the symbol and then using the replace symbol. But I could get through that fairly quickly if that was needed. So one of my things that I really have a hard time with is lists. Going from text on a page like a Word document into a map for me is very difficult. I just can't, I might have 11 edits and it'll take me a day and a half. I just struggle to figure out, well, where are they referring to? So if I get this, what I really need is for us to get on the telephone and share my screen and we make the edits together. Sometimes I send maps using Dropbox, and I don't necessarily intend for people to comment on those maps, but sometimes they do. And this is not an easy way to get edits, so I often will discourage this. Now this is much better. Further along in the project, when I set up this project, I set up all the maps and all the pages in InDesign. So I could go through and make sure everything was organized. And then if there were comments, I would just click a file and I can see on the map where the issue is. And this is in Adobe Acrobat. So with the right client, this works great. But when you have a committee, you want the committee to actually put stuff on your map. And I just want to show this process. So I use MAPublisher export to export web map tiles. And these are raster map tiles, which are a little different from vector, but they work fine. And then I place those map tiles into Wikimapping, which is a website I developed, and I get comments. from there, I can export the comments and use the map import in MAPublisher to bring them back into my Illustrator document. Okay, so MAPublisher, this shows the export to web map tiles. And you can see that I have a web Mercator. You have to use web Mercator in order for this to work. And then I set the data set name, and I just exported this to my desktop. So you can export, I use OpenStreetMap generally, and then this maximum zoom, I think, level 16 for this map was adequate. When you go higher, you can go up to 21, but it takes longer to export. And what you get is a bunch of files, 7, 8, 9. These are all the zoom levels that you would see like on a Google map. And this is a map tile for zoom level 12. And these relate to what people will see on the web. And this is, I've imported that into Wikimapping, but right now we're looking at an aerial image, a satellite image. Let me just hit play and we'll look at the draft map. So I had this map that was map tiles from MAPublisher, and I put it into Wikimapping, and then I can let people add comments. So I probably got about 50 comments this way for this map. And it's just, once that's done, you can see, you can have different layers. So I did the demo, and this was a newer version of the map with the same comments. So you can have multiple base maps, whichever's easiest for your clients. Then I just export it, and I usually export as either a KML or a shapefile. Shapefile just has fewer fields. And then I import that into my document. And you can see all of the selected round MAPublisher icons and the associated map attributes. So I can just click on one and look at one attribute at a time. It's a great way to, for me, it's a huge time saver, and it's the whole reason that I thought to make Wikimapping in the first place. So mymaps.google.com or google.com/mymaps is great as well for the right people. I often use it for myself if I'm just planning, and I can add points and then export those as a KML and import them into MAPublisher. And now I want to go over missing data. This was a trail in New York, by the way. So after making this map of the Erie Canal, I decided the Erie Canal goes here. And Avenza is in Toronto here. And I was thinking, well, what if I went from my house up to Toronto, and we went up to Montreal and maybe Quebec City and back down? And it's just, maps motivate me to get out on my bike. And my original reason for making maps was so that I could encourage other people to get on their bikes, but it actually works for myself too. But say this area right here, say we want to import some data. Right here we have GeoFabric, and this is a great source of OpenStreetMap data by jurisdiction. So here's Ontario, and so we can click on the shapefile, zip file, and it's about 1.2 gigabytes. So I downloaded it and import the shapefile. And this is my favorite thing that I started using last year. It's the using default filtering options. This filtering options, spatial filter, lets me choose exactly what data area I want to show. So we'll go with focal area, which is a map view that I set. And then we can select which data we want. So in this case, I'll use only the F class and name attributes. Close that. And then I'll select, make sure that F class equals water, because maybe I don't want the wetlands, because wetlands is part of the same layer. And then I'll just click OK and click OK and OK and OK and import that data. I did speed it up slightly into that area. So anything that intersected with that map view loaded. So I think it's really awesome. This next thing that I want to show you, I just discovered so recently. It's kind of amazing that we use a program and fail to actually realize what that program can do. But this map service import allows me to import OpenStreetMap data actually as a raster image, but it's a great reference. So I can just click here. It's so easy. I select the area that I want and the select. So I use my map views to do that. And then I can also, make the image size more detailed with the pixels, and just hit OK and import that. And it's just a good reference. I haven't needed it that much, but to know that you can actually bring OpenStreetMap data as a raster image directly onto your map. Say I want to know where some major cities are, I can just type them in or know to look for them. So just wanted to share that. I'm really excited about this. The next thing is screen sharing. And screen sharing with MAPublisher and Illustrator is great because I can just listen to somebody and take the information that they're giving me and respond, and maybe they like a map that looks a certain way, so I can leave it at that. I'm not going back and forth wondering, well, my client liked this, how will they feel about this? Because I'm getting instant feedback. And I use join.me, but I also use Zoom, and these are great ways to get feedback. So finally, like I was saying, these maps that I make inspire me to, I make maps of things that I like, and it causes me to do, go on trips and take action. And here's my daughter when we did our bike trip to Niagara Falls. And it's really bizarre because just as I was working on this, now I'll be doing this map going from up the Hudson River Valley, another bike map that's kind of like the Erie Canal map. And this was a trip that I was planning out anyway, to go from my house up to Quebec City and over to Toronto and back, which is about 1,500 miles. But maybe I'll do a little piece of it. And now that I've shown you about editing, I'll get back to editing this street map that has thousands of words on it. And if you have questions, you can contact me. My website is stevespindler.com, and I love talking about MAPublisher, so feel free to get in touch. Thanks a lot.
Great. So our final presentation today is from Dave Clayton. He's going to talk to you about Astute Graphics. So Dave is the training and community manager at Astute, the developers of plugins for Adobe Illustrator since 2006. This is a role he has held for 4 busy years. Dave is part of a Hereford UK-based team that deliver unique solutions that help keep the creative wheels turning. His main objectives are the production and management of training material for customers, including videos, blogs, online and live events, plus the development and growth of prominent ambassadors for the workflow and creative tools. Dave is an established instructor and author, teaching Illustrator, Photoshop, and InDesign at various conferences in the UK, Europe, and the US. Over to you, Dave.
Hi, I'm Dave Clayton, Training Manager for Astute Graphics, and I'd love to thank you for joining me in this 15-minute or so overview of Astute Graphics plugins and how they can be used to add depth and details to your map creations. Now you can find out more about who we are and our plugins at astutegraphics.com, but for this session we're just going to look at 4 of our creative tools. We'll look at Vector First Aid for cleaning your files, AG Offset, which is our live offset effect, Texturino, which is our texture application and manager tool, and that includes the texture brush and the opacity brush. And finally we'll look at Phantasm, which is perfect for adding extra effects and colour editing. Now we're going to be looking at this map of Hawaii supplied by Avenza, and using the tools I just mentioned we'll add some detail to this and also do some cleaning up. If you have the Astute Graphics plugins installed, you just need to come up to Window, Astute Graphics, and you'll see here a full list of all the plugins available that have panels assigned to them. Now I've already opened up the ones for this session, so I've got them open up and docked ready to go. So let's begin with Vector First Aid and see if we can clean some of this artwork up. We won't do a full clean as some of the elements need to be left alone, so we need to be quite judicious in what we can work on. We don't want to undo or break any of the elements of the map that are required with MAPublisher being active. So what we can do with Vector First Aid is look at the document whole and see what things we can repair and what things we can leave behind. So to do this, with the Vector First Aid panel open, just click on Check Document. Now what that's going to do is then go into the document and start looking for the things it thinks it can fix. Now sometimes this is a quick check and sometimes it can take a little bit longer. But once it's finished checking, you'll see a list of all those items in the panel in this area here. Now that the check's finished, you can see a list of all the items that Vector First Aid thinks you could fix. Now, if you've completely finished with MAPublisher and you've no reason to go back to it and you're exporting this artwork as it is, then we could go ahead and click Fix All. Because we don't need to go back to MAPublisher, this is now exported artwork and we can do with it what we want. If you were going to go back to MAPublisher, what I'd recommend is you look through the list and see if there's any items you think you can fix that won't be affected. For instance, we can do 827 redundant points. We can fix selected. We can also use 7 unused graphic styles because they're in the graphic styles panel, so we can fix that as well. And as we come down, we can see all these other items that can be fixed as well. So we'll just fix one more. So you can make a decision on which items you want to fix. We'll just leave that for now because all I wanted to do was show you the power of Vector First Aid and how it can identify any inconsistencies or things that are damaged in your artwork and just fix it for you. Now doing this not only cleans the artwork, but it can also reduce the file size. So now that it's cleaned up, let's move on to AG Offset and add some detail to the coastline by creating a blended multi-offset to highlight the seashore. So let's just look at the layers panel first and find the area that we're going to work on. So I want to work on this coastline. So I'm just going to select this layer here because this is the one we're going to work on, and this is this blue line that goes all the way around the coastline. We'll come over to AG Offset and we're just going to reset this to defaults, and I'm going to show you how to start to build the effects onto this map. Just click on the flyout and go to default settings, and that's going to reset everything. So the first thing we're going to do is just click on the Apply AG Offset, and what that's going to do is give our first offset. Now up here we have a distance which is set as a default, and we only have one step at the moment. If we look up the top here, we've also got a fill color and a stroke color, and we can change that, so we'll come back to that shortly. But for now, let's just add a second step. And what this has done is given us 2 steps, and we can see here we've got this grey stroke that we've got applied there. Now I'm going to turn this total off, and what I'm going to do is just reduce it just slightly so you can see the live change. Now if we want to, we can now add a 3rd step and even a 4th. And you can see there what it's starting to do is build offsets on top of each other. Now had you been doing this natively, you'd have had to have gone into one, come back out, go in and set the second one, whereas this panel gives you this live effect so you can keep changing the steps and the distance and some of these other settings. So let's come down here and look at these two. Here we can also change the stroke color blend and also the fill color blend. So let's just look at this fill color first. What we're going to do is change it to alter color, and you can see there, because the default is black, you can already see the change starting to apply there. We're going to change that, and we're going to go to a really light blue color here. So we're just going to select about there, and what that's going to do is straight away give us that really nice blend. Now if we want to, we can still change this distance, so we can still increase it and decrease it, but we're not going to go too big. We're going to keep it nice and tight to the coastline. Now what we can also do is change that stroke color, so we can come in here to alter color, and we can also change this and maybe change that to a white color as well. So that gives us this really nice blend. Now the second thing we can do is also alter the opacity. So if we just tick on that and click 50%, and what that's going to do is give the effect a 50% opacity. Now we can still change the opacity up here as well. So if I was to go and change that also to 50, you'll see that that also reduces, so we can combine this opacity with this opacity over here. So it depends really what kind of effect you're looking for. We're just going to increase this back to about 75. And what that's done is given us a really nice coastline effect that is editable the whole time, so we can always go back into this if we want. And this is the beauty of Astute Graphics effects, is they always remain live. And just to show you that it is a live effect, if we come over here to the appearance panel, we can see AG offset there in the stack, and then we can just click on that to edit the effect. So that's AG offset, which is part of stylism, and as we've just shown there, it's a really cool way of adding multiple offsets to your artwork. Now that we've used AG offset, let's look at adding some texture to some of the coloured areas on the map, and then use the texture brush to mask some out, and I'll also show you how to paint some of that texture back in. Now this is for demonstration purposes only. You can import your own textures to apply to your map objects using the texture manager, and it's a great way of managing and categorizing your textures. We also provide free textures to all Astute Graphics subscribers. Now that we have the texture panel open, what we're going to do is select an element on a map and we're going to apply a texture. I'm also going to show you how to use the texture brush to brush some of that texture back in and back out, and we'll also look at the opacity brush to show how different that is to the texture brush. So let's select an area and add our first texture. I'm just going to select this green area here. I'm going to come over to the layers panel just to make sure I've got the right object selected, and then with Texturino open, what I'm going to do is look at the panel here and say, okay, I've got a category. Now this already has some categories that I've opened which are supplied to all Astute Graphics subscribers. Now I'm going to select all because the one I want to choose is a grassy one. So if I come down here, I'm going to find it under grass lawn. So I'm just going to click on grass lawn and I get a preview here. Now just to apply the texture, all you need to do is click the plus sign. And what that does is it applies the texture to that object. Now we've got some annotations here which allow us to make some changes to it. So the first thing I'm going to do is drag this scale in. You can see as we start to drag it in, you can see the border of it. Now don't worry if you go inside of the object, because what it will do is it will actually repeat. So I'm just going to make that nice and small. I don't want it too big, so if you make it too big, it looks a little bit too obvious that it's the grass lawn. So I'm just going to come in a little bit smaller to give it that kind of finer detail. Now I can also change the opacity of this texture as well. So I can drag that in and make it a little lighter, or drag it back up to 100%. I can also rotate it as well if I just want maybe the angle of something to go in a different direction. We can also invert the mask. So if we just click on this here, we can invert it from the dark and the light contrast. So it depends really what you're looking for, but we'll stick to what we've already applied. Now that we've applied our texture, let's just zoom in and look at what the texture brush will bring us. Now that we've zoomed in, what we're going to do next is activate the texture brush panel. Now I've already got it open here, but if you want to access it, you can also get it from the toolbar by coming over to the texture tool, and then in the stack you can find the texture brush tool. Now, as soon as you've activated it, you'll see that we've got an annotation, and this shows the size of the brush. Now we can adjust that here. I'm using a mouse for this, so I've got no Wacom pressure to use, but you can also use a Wacom tablet and pen for this as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce some of the hardness because I don't want it too harsh. If I paint across the edge, I'm going to get a very harsh mask. So let's just Command Z, go backwards, and I'm just going to reduce the hardness down to about, say about 40%. I don't want it too much. And then what I can do is just start to paint away along the edge of this coastline. And what I'm going to do is get a nice softer mask. Now if I make the brush bigger, so we'll just Command Z again there. If I just make the brush a little bit bigger like so and start to paint away, you can see that you've got a much softer mask going on. So really it's a case of get the brush nice and big, get the hardness right, and get the position right, and you can paint this away. Now if you wanted to paint that back in, don't worry, you can just hold the Alt Option key down and you can just paint back, or you can use the opposite end of your Wacom pen, which is like using the eraser brush. So that's a really quick way of actually painting in and painting out. Now if you were to do some masking, and let's say we started to mask away some here and we mask away some here, and you wanted to reset the mask, you can just click this here, which is part of the expanded panel. Also, if you wanted to say maybe do some masking, you've painted some out, you also wanted to reset the mask, but say you wanted the appearance of the texture to be much lower, then we can come in here and say change this to 30%, reset the mask, but it's also going to reset the mask at 30% opacity as well. So that's just if you missed it the first time round when you were adding the texture, you can still do it here. You can also invert the mask as well. So if we go back to 100%, reset that mask, let's say we start to paint some of this away at the top and the bottom. We can also invert the mask by clicking on this, and what that will do is flip that around. And again, just holding the Alt Option key, you can paint some of this back in if you want. So it depends really where you're looking to mask and where you're looking to add that texture. Now I'm just going to reset the mask again. One quick thing to note is the opacity brush behaves slightly different. What the opacity brush is going to do is actually mask away the object, not the actual texture. So let's just zoom out quickly. So now we've got this centered. If I come down to the opacity brush, what's going to happen is, say this object here, this is sitting on top of this blue, there's a blue object behind here. So if I actually start to use the opacity brush on, say, this orange area here, I'm just going to select that and I'm going to start painting. And what's going to happen is it's going to mask away the actual object, and that blue from the underneath is going to show through. If I just Command Z, I'll just make that brush a little bit bigger, and then what we'll do is we'll paint around again. And you can see there what I've actually done is I've masked the object, not the texture. So that's just the difference between the opacity brush and the texture brush. But as we've seen there, we can add some really nice texture to an object, and then we can mask some of it out so that we have some control over it. Now, one extra thing you can do, if we come back over here to our item, we come back to Texturino. Let's just say that we don't want that particular texture of grass lawn. We're going to select a different one. So let's just come up here to Concrete Galaxy. And let's say I want this kind of effect here on there rather than grass. I can just come to this second icon, click on that, and what that's going to do is it's going to replace the original texture. So we can do the same thing here. We can change the opacity, we can change the scale, and we can also invert the mask as well. So we can go from dark to white depending on the contrast of this texture. So that's a quick overview of Texturino and the texture brush and the opacity brush. Now that we've done that, let's move on to the last item, which is Phantasm, which is going to give us some really cool live effect color control on our artwork. Okay, finally, let's look at Phantasm quickly. I'm not going to go too deep into Phantasm. It's a very powerful tool and there's a lot to it. So there's a lot of videos on our YouTube channel to cover this. I'm just going to show you a quick color change part of Phantasm. So what we're going to do is just come over here and select one of these colors. So we've got this orange here. Now what we can do with Phantasm is do what we would have done in Photoshop, which is control the hue, saturation and lightness. Now this isn't part of Native Illustrator, this is only in Phantasm. So with the color selected, what we can do is actually start to play with the hue of this. So we can go left to right and change the color. We can also change the saturation of that, and we can also change the lightness of that. Now the thing to note here, I'm just going to reset it quickly. The thing to note is you can see here this is orange, and if we go up to the color pickup we can see that it's orange. So as I start to change the colors here, and we go say shift to the right to this green color, or we come over here to like the pink and purple, watch the color chip, it stays orange. That's because the underlying color remains the same. All we're doing is looking at an option alternative. Now if you want to actually select that color, you're going to have to expand that item, and then that will make the color live. But for the moment it stays as a live effect, so whatever changes you make to it, it is going to stay that way until you actually remove it or expand it. So let's just say we're going to change this to, let's come over here and change it to this kind of yellow color. So you can see here, because it's live, we can turn it off, but we've got this great color control. We can also affect the brightness and the contrast of any item. We can also change this value here, which is also the exposure. We've also got these settings here where we can adjust the levels, the curves, we can create a duotone, and one of the most powerful parts of Phantasm is to be able to create some halftone, so you can do some really cool shading. And the beauty of Phantasm with that is you can actually use your own symbols as well. So if you wanted a very specific kind of halftone effect on some of your artwork, you can actually create a symbol and use that symbol as the halftone. And again, we've got lots of videos that cover that. Now we can also invert the object, so it will give you the opposite color. We'll just turn this off for the moment though. We're going to turn all these settings off and go back to normal. You can actually desaturate it as well, but like I said, there's lots here in Phantasm. I'm not going to go through all of it, but I just wanted to give you a kind of overview of how our tools work, how the live effects stay live, and how you can make changes to your map artwork. I hope that's whetted your appetite for our plugins. These are just a few of our full suite of 19 creative and time-saving tools for Adobe Illustrator. Now you can trial everything fully for 7 days. We also offer a full 7-day money-back guarantee if they're not for you, but we honestly think once you start using them, you are going to love them. Thanks for joining me in this tutorial, and please enjoy the remainder of your conference. And I'd like to thank Avenza for having Astute Graphics teach at the Avenza conference today.
So that's it, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the day. Thanks again to Dave for joining us from Hereford, little town close to where I grew up. So we have a lot in common. Anyway, it's been wonderful to share the day with you today. Sorry about the couple of technical hitches, but obviously this is a big learning experience for us as well. But again, thank you for attending. Thank you to all of the presenters for making the Avenza User Conference, or at least our inaugural user conference, into something real and special. We're really proud of everything you've accomplished and hope to continue to support you in important projects, work, and initiatives. I'd like to thank you from the Avenza team at large for all of their input and support for the Avenza UC, and we really couldn't have done it without all of your help. So just finally, this is how to get in touch with us. We're available through email, social media, and a good old-fashioned phone call. We saw some really great content today. We'll be sending out a recording of this entire UC, so please look out for that in your email. Thank you for following and sharing content on social media today. We will be contacting all of the winners after the event, so please look out for those direct messages from us. Also, continue to follow us to get more updates about upcoming events, product updates, and other exciting news. So on behalf of Michael, myself, and Patricia, we thank you all for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.